ping pong girl. I got the clue. Ping pong girl. Ping pong girl. Ping pong girl. Oh, what have you done? Ping pong girl. You dance at the club. Alright, I'm gonna try to do that. I literally do not have the time, nor do I want to waste the effort trying to respond to that person. Because that person is being ignorant. Anyways. Let me try to get that going. See what I can do. I need art of a latte. forgot that is on a white, not a dark. Gotta start with the first one. I feel like there would be a way to make it the correct color. You'd have to do like certain colors to the coffee and the cream that goes into the latte. And that would be possible. I just need to grab like a pride flag. There we go. We're going to use a very limited color palette here because this is going to be very limited. It's a very limited color palette. We're very limited on color palette here. I don't drink coffee, so I can't really have this one. Maybe if they had like a decaf, maybe do decaf. Decaf would be okay, but I don't like the taste of coffee, so it doesn't really work out. Doesn't really work out. I don't do the taste of coffee. Today is just a great time. Sometimes it makes you question why you followed people back. So weird. I'm actually gonna have to fill in like the white part as well. Rip. That's gonna be a bummer. Not bad. Yeah, it's rough. Hmm. I see. That's what it was. It was some of the spaces didn't get filled in. Oh, I need to do that on a different layer. I need to have like background colors on here. I just realized I may have goofed up a little bit. Hold up. Wait. Oh no. Didn't realize that that was kind of like... That's my bad. I feel like maybe I should try to... Oh man, I'd have to actually redo the whole thing when it comes to that layer. May just have to leave it as is. Yeah, we're gonna have to like leave that as is. It's fine, I guess. Okay. Salem, you need to stop. Really? the right color. Hello, Renee. Hi, BK. Hi, Dragon. Sorry, I just noticed the chat. And I just noticed your redeem for hydration. My bad. Trying to actually draw up the designs since I did like have an idea of the designs. My brain was just kind of like, now you gotta draw the drinks, and I'm like, are you serious right now? Well, you already like instigated the idea. Might as well draw them. Just flipping my brain off internally because I'm impulsive on my ideas. Just like, are you serious right now? Well, I mean, why not? Why not draw them? Because if I draw them, I'll actually want to make them. You think I got the ingredients for all these drinks? No. Maybe the boba. Except for I'd have to get like different colored popping pearls for all the boba. I'd have to get like butterfly tea popping pearls. I would also have to do strawberry popping pearls, and then for the purple it'd probably be taro popping pearls, and then the milk tea would probably be the strawberry milk tea. Wouldn't be too bad. It'd be interesting. It'd be a very interesting flavor combination. Generally, whenever I think of like the drink ideas, my brain tries to imagine how would that actually taste. So I try to aim for as realistic as I can when it comes to flavor combinations for different flags. I want to do a pink tea. I'm gonna temporarily take that off. And do a light blue on the container. It wouldn't be grape flavored. It would essentially be strawberry milk tea, but the popping pearls would be taro, which is the purple, and then the blue would be butterfly pea, like butterfly sweet pea. It's popular like Asian tea, and it turns blue whenever it's heated. the pink would be like a strawberry popping pearl. So it'd be like a little bit of like a floral and fruity bubble tea. I think it would go over really well. Because in order to do like the bisexual colors, you'd have to do pink, blue, and purple. Pink, purple, and blue. And in order to get that combination, you'd have to do the teas and popping pearls that would correspond with those colors. I'd like to change my order to 2 of those bubble teas. Fair enough. I think that it would be interesting, to say the least, when it comes to flavor profile. But I also feel that there's a lot of flavors for these. Whenever I was going through designing each one, I was trying to think what would go with what. I may end up changing the pansexual one because a pansexual person I know really does not like peach, and so having peach tea for the profile makes them a little sad, and I'm just like, oh, okay, I got it. I'll do like a spritzer or something that has to do with like pink, yellow, and blue. I can accommodate that. Don't get upset. I can do that. I can do that. Don't worry. I got you. Because one of the roommates likes peach a lot, and they're pansexual, and my brain was like, okay, peach tea, you know. But peach tea doesn't fit the color or flavor profile for pan. So I was just like, well, okay, pomegranate, pineapple, and blueberry. And the person I was talking to was like, no, not blueberry, raspberry. And I'm like, blue raspberry? Yes. Okay. I mean, that doesn't seem like it tastes too bad, but it would be like kind of tart. And they responded with, yeah, deliciously tart. And I'm like, I can see them working together flavor profile wise, but that drink would end up turning kind of a teal purple mix by the time you mixed all those colors together, or it might turn just teal because the colors for that drink would end up mixing. And I do think it would be neat to do like a actual day where I go and I make all of these drinks into a real like drink idea and actually make them. But then I actually have to have people that would want to try these drinks and give a feedback, because some of these drinks I would not be able to give feedback on. 1, I don't do citrus. 2, I don't do coffee. 3, I can't have caffeine, and some of these involve caffeine and tea, so I'm just over here like, I have created something I cannot do. They all sound delicious. And I feel kind of bad because they all sound delicious. I also plan on later in the year, when I start gardening, I'm going to try to do weekly garden streams to teach people how to garden if you have like limited space or you don't know how to garden. Even if you have an apartment or like a small complex, a way you can grow things despite having a small amount of space. Because I know there's a lot of people that would like to garden but don't have the space or like the energy. For those that don't have windows in their complex or their apartment, I would say get a hydroponic light to try and like mimic the UV lighting that naturally occurs with the sunlight. I have zero space. Not even like space on a counter to do like jars, like a jar of water and then just dropping in a green onion in there and letting the green onion grow. Almost got into an argument with someone earlier. Oh, the counter is occupied by a family member's collection of plants. Well, if it already has plants, you put more plants there. I'm trying to help. This looks like very basic ass. Very, very basic. But yeah, I almost got in an argument with someone earlier because someone was deciding they were going to be like transphobic, and I wasn't going to stand for that. It wasn't in chat, it was like just on a TikTok video thing I did. Like, I knew that would eventually happen, but I didn't expect it to be within the first 5 minutes of posting the video. Congrats, you caught it. Apparently upset their ego. But they were being very transphobic. No, I think they eventually just blocked me instead of like listening to what I had to say about trans women. I think they just kind of blocked me. But to be fair, their profile did she who speaks her mind is the most hated, and I'm just like, well, when your opinion is endangering trans lives, yeah, I don't like you. I don't. Like, I don't stand for that. Because she was going on about how trans women aren't women. They were assigned male at birth, and they don't deserve the same space as women and children. And I'm just over here like, are you serious? They may have been assigned male at birth, but they are trans women. They are women. They are default. They identify as women, and their brain pattern matches woman. They are woman. Trans women are women. Trans men are men. Trans non-binary people are non-binary. Congratulations. Moving on. Like, I just... She was trying to say how they don't deserve to take up the same space as people that are women by birth, and like that women born as women and girls deserve a safe space separate from people with people their own same sex. And I'm like, trans women are women and they belong in women's spaces, because they don't belong in the men's spaces because they are not men. People. And like I gave all my reasoning, and then she just stopped responding. I'm just like, okay, if she's not gonna respond, that's fine. I'm not gonna sit here and argue with her and her be transphobic. I'm not gonna argue with that. I do not have the energy to waste, nor do I want to waste that energy. Have a great day and have the day you deserve. But no, I don't appreciate people having that kind of viewpoint on my page or on like my videos. Like I believe that everyone matters, yes, but when you start endangering people with like your views and causing people to want to not exist because you don't agree with like how they identify, bleh. I have seen people like that in videos attacking men and trans people. I'm just like, would you be satisfied if you guys specifically stopped existing? Because that would do a lot of people. Oh, jeez. No, what? See, the video that I had done was just me stating that I find it interesting that the people that are so concerned with what's in a trans person's pants are the same people that are basically so concerned that the LGBT community and the trans community are harming people or are gonna harm people and are so worried what they have in their pants and think that it's the trans or LGBT community that's focused on genitalia whenever it's them who are focused on what's in someone's pants, which is really, really creepy and really weird for you to be focused on what's in my pants or someone else's pants. Like, why would you spend your time worrying if I have a noodle or if I don't have a noodle? Like, why do you care? What are you sleeping with me? No? Okay, then don't give a fuck. Like, you shouldn't care. This is why I trust tonks more than people. Fair enough. This one was the Les Latte. I'm not a coffee drinker, but I feel like this would be like the Les representation latte. Got little lesbies. And then I did the where'd it go? Where'd it go? The boba, the bisexual boba. Okay, I got the B. Now I gotta do pansexual. Okay, for pansexual, let me see. It's gonna be me. I probably would do a pomegranate, pineapple, and blue raspberry. So to do that one, I want to do kind of like a champagne flute kind of style. Maybe like a sangria glass or something. Like make it kind of fancy. Make it kind of fancy. I want to know how the F the LGBTQ are dangerous when we have literal public groups advertising that certain people should be, and we have people doing the salutes, hand gestures. Like, are we in the same freaking universe? That's what I want to know. Are we in the same freaking universe? Because, like, I'm looking around and it's currently nighttime where I am. I mean, I'm assuming I'm still in, like, 2025 and not 1930s Germany. last time I checked, the calendar said it was 2025 and not 1930s Germany. Because, like, it still says America, it still says 2025. Last time I checked, we did not travel backwards in time, and that wasn't how we wanted to time travel. And do like that one. Ooh, I have an idea. I'll do like a pomegranate seed, pineapple chunk, and then like a raspberry. Let me move that down a bit. And have like a little tiny little martini type. Do a little tiny like martini thing sticking out with the fruit on it. Like a little stirrer thing. And maybe like a little heart up top. Little like pansexual heart up top. And then you got the blue raspberry. Well, it's gonna be raspberry, so I mean, this is a very rough sketch. Also, I will not be streaming on Saturday during the day. If I do stream on Saturday, it might be at night, but it kind of just depends on how that day goes. I'm going to be starting off that day very busily. I have to go to a memorial service, and I am responsible for making some of the foods that are going to be there, because apparently my cooking whenever they were alive had impressed them enough to where I was one of the few people that impressed them with my cooking. And I'm just over here like, well, that's not pressure at all. Like, okay, haven't done a catering order in years, but I mean, here we go. I've got quite a few foods planned, and I'm going to be working on them on Friday, so Friday is going to be mostly just cooking most of the day for me. It's going to be a lot of cooking. I've got cherry blossom macarons that are going to be infused with cherry blossom tea, and they're going to have a strawberry buttercream filling. Then I'm doing a copycat loft house cookie that's shaped like a star with a pastel bisexual colors, because they were bisexual, and the sprinkles are also going to be kind of unicorn colors. And then I'm also doing a strawberry tres leches cake, and I'm also making imitation crab sushi, because one of their favorite foods was sushi. And imitation crab is the safer route for like a sushi route when you're starting out sushi, because doing raw fish can be risky, considering I am in a landlocked state, not a coastal state. So we don't have the same fish options as most people that can get actual decent sushi fish. Then I'm also going to be making a smooth and creamy 4-cheese mac and cheese with bacon and topped with panko. And that is my current plan of like what I'm going to do for food wise. It's going to be like here. But those are what I plan on cooking, and it's going to take me relatively all day Friday to get those cooked and prepped and stored properly. But apparently it would have been nice. Granted, I would have preferred if they were actually still here to actually enjoy the things. They were only a few years older than I am. Probably like, maybe 3 or 4 years older. I don't remember exactly how many exact years, but like relatively 3 or 4 years older than me. I may have to do a smaller line. But my brain's been kind of like rebelling against trying to organize lists and trying to organize how I'm going to go about like actually making everything. My brain's been very,
No, screw you. You cannot focus. Focus not allowed. Fuck off.
that's been my brain recently. I started a new Minecraft world the other day, and I spawned out by a pillager tower. I was in the gravel area where I spawned, and I look over to my left and notice, oh, that's pretty cool. There's like a tower that's a pillager tower. That's a pillager tower. Then I look to my right, village, and I'm like, pillager tower, village. Okay, I'm gonna go the opposite way, and I find another village and next to a swamp biome, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna stay over here because I just started a new world and I do not have the equipment nor the experience to take on a pillager tower, and we all know what happens whenever Pyro decides to solo a pillager tower right off the bat. Regrets, I have a few. It was in that moment Pyro knew they fucked up. And I don't know if he is going to show up at the memorial, but a certain person may have found out recently about the memorial. And I really hope he doesn't try to make it about him. But anyways, how is I wouldn't really say bad guy, I would just say someone that is no longer in our server. Yeah. Crap. I may have to go down a layer for this. There we go. I'm the bad guy. Duh. I'm a bad guy. Oh, jeez. No. Sounds like I missed some tea. No, not necessarily. Just a certain person that used to be in our server that had lied about certain things may have found out recently about the friend that passed recently and was going to try and also gather funds from their community to help with things. Because apparently they have a good community that helps them. And they think they could help raise the funds. The only tea I'm missing is the one that's in here. The only tea you probably missed earlier was I think you came in towards the last part of it where someone was being like transphobic against trans women. This is gonna look like an alcoholic beverage, and that wasn't my, like, plan for that. I just wanted to be like a fancy juice. And part of my brain just goes, oh yes, fancy juice. Fancy juice. You mean the adult beverages? Mother fluffer. Really? I'm not inactive. Why would you do this to me? Seriously. I'm not inactive, TikTok. You're just a jackass. Stupid loud alarm. Oh no, it was me. My computer decided to be a jackass. But now I don't have to censor myself, so haha, ha 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 ha. Because apparently TikTok was like, hey, your live is inactive. Please verify that you are currently still active. And I'm just like, like, fuck you. I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to deal with the alarms going off. No more say-so, Pyro. Yeah. Basically, I was trying to inform, like, friends and close friends, and people found out. And then made the whole ordeal of, oh no, that's so horrible. I'm gonna try to do what I can with my community to help you, blah blah blah. Bruh, you didn't even hang out with them. You used to talk about how you avoided hanging out with them because of different reasons and excuses. Sorry, my brain's just... my brain's not being very... happy. Because, like, this was a person I had contemplated asking out and being a part of their polycule that passed away. And they were also a person that Alex was also interested in. So we definitely hung out with them a lot. Well, when we could. And whenever they'd come over to visit. We didn't have as strong of a connection to them as a couple of our other friends because a couple of our other friends actually knew them since high school, and it's a lot harder for them. I think it's just hard in general to go through that kind of stuff. I realize I may have slightly picked up on that one. The person that said they were going to try to help. Remember, you are streaming, you are on a public thing. Just keep yourself level. Level's good. can't get mad at things you can't change. Tried to have some hope that maybe the response would be relatively non-selfish or relatively reasonable, but expecting a non-selfish response was a bit much. I remember whenever I first met the friend that passed, I was just like, I am a little bit autistic and you are an interesting person and you're cute and I kind of like you and you make pretty art and I would date you if you were up for dating and I don't mind polyamory and that I am nervous. And their response was, I think it's sweet that you have feelings. I think it's nice that you think I'm cute and you like my art, but I'm not currently looking for any more people in my polycule at this time, but I would still love to be your friend. And I'm just like, oh, okay. Like, ow. Like, I shot my shot. I'm not gonna not shoot my shot. I'm just like, I am forward, I am blunt, I'm going to speak my mind. You are interesting individual. You like art, yes? Awkward. Yeah. But we stayed friends after that and just like I enjoyed them. They were a good friend. And they would speak their mind on things. Like whenever I was talking to them about, hey, I started talking to one of my exes again, and he says he's changed and that he's trying to do better and that he wants to be friends. Kick his ass to the curb. Well, I didn't even get to finish that. Like, he was gonna try to be friends, but he's making really misogynistic comments. Kick his ass to the curb and just block him. But he's sorry. He said he was sorry for what he did to me, and like he wants to be friends. And so I thought maybe I could be friend. No, you need to tell him that he can take his shrimp dick energy somewhere else and he can fuck off. That seems like a really like harsh thing to say to someone. Honey, he hurt you and he made you feel like shit. You do not need his energy in your life. Okay, but like telling him to fuck off seems really, really harsh. If you don't, I can go get a baseball bat and I can tell him to fuck off for you. I don't think it needs to go that far, but I appreciate the sentiment. That's a bit like like oh Jesus. I wouldn't go that far. I don't like how he treated me or what he did, but like based friend, I don't understand what that means. I don't understand what that means. What does that mean? Translate it to like person who's been sheltered, because I don't understand. What does it mean to be based? What is based? What is this? Do I need to like Google this? Is Google gonna help me with this? Does Google help me with this? Because I need like translator. And this gives me no results that I can understand. Other than something being basically a person who doesn't care what other people think and space like speaks their mind. Yeah. They were very much speak their own mind, very creative individual, very colorful, very pro ACAB, pro LGBT, pro trans rights, pro women's rights. And they were very much like, if they could, they would have burned the patriarchy down. That's how they were. And if they could like get their art to speak volumes as to how they feel, they would do that. And so all of us on like Saturday are supposed to like wear our brightest colors and most colorful clothing to celebrate life and the life that they had and shared. So I've got a rainbow dress that I'm gonna wear. But yeah, they were a good person. They always told it like it was. And if someone didn't like what they had to say when it came to like them trying to look out for you, they would tell them, look, you can disagree with me all you want, but don't come crying if you end up doing something stupid. They were an amazing person. It's like, look, if you get upset because you hurt yourself doing what I said would hurt you, that is on you. You should have listened. Like big mama bear energy kind of person. I can fix a lot of things, but I can't fix stupid. If you want something sugar coated, eat a donut. Yeah. I try to be as upfront as possible as I can with people, but I do tend to sugarcoat things sometimes. But that's only if it's like I just met you, or you're kind of sensitive, or you have like very easy triggers. I try to kind of work with that, but at the same time, I I don't know if I can sugarcoat everything, because I am a person, I am a human being, I do have emotions, and I will speak my mind. There's sugar coated, and then there's just feeding it to someone on a silver spoon, and I don't do that. I am not your mother. I do not do this. And if you have mommy issues, there's therapy for that. To blue raspberry would have more of like a lighter bluish. There we go. That's about right. Oh, this is going to be very blue. This is so blue. Like this is like if the ocean was a drink, this is very blue. If the ocean was a drink. If the ocean was a drink, that would be salty AF. And I've had sea salt ice cream. There actually are recipes for sea salt ice cream from Kingdom Hearts. It's very interesting ice cream. It's different. It's interesting though. It was definitely very different than ice cream I was used to. That is way too dark. Maybe do that one. There we go. Gonna do like the blue raspberry kind of thing. Yeah, sea salt ice cream. The if you've ever played Kingdom Hearts 3, 5, 2, 8, I want to say. It's like Kingdom Hearts, Chain of Memories kind of thing. There's an ice cream that Roxas, Xion, and Axel eat at the clock tower, and it's called sea salt ice cream. And inside every ice cream bar, there are popsicle sticks, and those popsicle sticks, if you find the winner popsicle stick, you get like a sea salt ice cream for life. You essentially get to like a little popsicle stick with a crown on it that says winner, and it's like hidden inside of the ice cream. So you have to eat different ice creams and look at the popsicle stick after to see if you're a winner. It's also really big among like Kingdom Hearts cosplayers, if to have like for photo shoots, getting like sea salt ice cream or making sea salt ice cream kind of thing. Finding sea salt ice cream recipes. The only reason I know this stuff, one, my brother has played through every Kingdom Hearts game. Two, I had an ex that was extremely obsessed with Kingdom Hearts and Legend of Dragoon. And I had plans to eventually cosplay a few Kingdom Hearts characters, but I never went through with actually cosplaying them. Oops. But I had plans at one time to actually go through and cosplay different Kingdom Hearts characters. The characters I had planned on were Xion, Naminé, and Kairi. And at one point, I even made a Keyblade specifically for one of those characters. And then whenever I moved, I destroyed the Keyblade and tore it to bits because I was a bit frustrated and pissed off at my ex. So, yeah. Like I went through the process of actually like molding things out of clay, making the literal handle out of like a wooden dowel rod that was super thick, and finding a bunch of fake flowers to make the blade with and stuff like that. And I was like going through all the processes to do that. I also eventually wanted to do a Final Fantasy cosplay, but I never got to do the Final Fantasy cosplay either. I believe it was Final Fantasy 12 was the one I had a cosplay I was going to do. I was going to do Yuna, which is the short bob cut brown hair with the staff that has like the enchantment stuff, and you cast spells and can walk on water. And why am I talking about Final Fantasy right now. Nobody wants to hear about Final Fantasy right now. Nobody wants to hear this. I'm just gonna ramble and rant about different video games and how I had plans to cosplay different video game characters because I'm a nerd. I was also gonna cosplay characters from Legend of Zelda, and then I never got around to it. Specifically, I was going to cosplay from Skyward Sword for one of the cosplays, and then the other cosplay was going to be from Twilight Princess. And I believe I was also going to do, no, I was going to do 2 of them from Twilight Princess, and 1 of them from Skyward Sword. I had like these really intricate plans for costumes and was trying to look at like, how do I make this? How do I make this? What do I do to make this? How do you make a leather carrying case? How do you make a satchel? How do you make all these things? How do you make a leather bag to store stuff in? I was like looking into different aspects. And then eventually I just kind of gave up on like trying to do video game cosplays. I had like ones I was going to do from Borderlands. I had some BioShock cosplays planned. I had like several video game cosplays that I was going to do. I even had a plan to eventually start making like Heartless beanies that have the little like yellow eyes on them and the little like black tendrils and stuff. But, I'm a nerd. It's okay. It's not like I haven't made the sea salt ice cream out of perler beads and ironed it. I was listening about it, and I was actually invested in hearing more and figuring out why you couldn't do the cosplay for reasons, just so we can ask you to do it, at least one of them, even if it's Tiny Tina. For Tiny Tina, I might look into making some of the cosplays from different video games at this point, but only because one of the stores I normally get fabrics from is closing down and shutting down nationwide. And so they're going to be like closing for certain. They have to have all their stores closed by May of this year. So the last time anyone can actually get anything from those stores nationwide will actually be from now up until May of this year. And then those stores are closing for good and doing a bankruptcy thing and liquidation stuff. So there's going to be a lot of sales going on. The problem with using one of the main stores for fabrics that has nationwide fabrics. Joann's Fabric Store, Fabrics and Crafts Store, is going out of business and closing down nationwide stores because they are bankrupt. But yeah, I had a lot of gaming costume plans. I had a plan of doing like, I know it's gonna seem silly, and I have not watched the Sonic movies, but I have seen like playthrough of different Sonic games. I wanted to try to either cosplay Tails from Sonic or cosplay Amy Rose from Sonic. That was a plan at one time. I thought it would have been cute. Amy would have been more my color scheme that I would lean towards with cosplay. And when it came to like wanting to cosplay like Kingdom Hearts related stuff, I went through the effort of making a prop years ago out of perler beads that I still have to this day, and it's this thing, the sea salt ice cream. It's a perler bead thing that I made out of like ironing different dots together. I put the little crown inside the essentially you're making pixel art with little beads and you melt them together. I did several different perler things, and for Legend of Zelda, I made like several tiny healing fairies out of perler beads, and some of them had glow-in-the-dark stuff, just so I could fit them into jars, so I could have little fairies in jars. And then I kind of gave up on trying to cosplay video game character pixel ice cream. Yeah, I had a lot of plans, and things happen. A lot of things happen. And I don't know, sometimes I just give up on ideas eventually. Mostly if like some things happen or something happens that affects everything. Like years ago, about I want to say 2013, 2014, I cosplayed a character from Legend of Dragoon. If you want to know what character I cosplayed, and if you have played a very, very old school, I believe it was PlayStation 1, it was a game called Legend of Dragoon. It was divided into, I believe, 2 or 3 discs for PlayStation, because it was a very long game, and because of the console at the time, it was like it had to be divided into different discs because of how much storage was actually allowed on the format that they had for the games at the time. Let me see if I can find a picture real quick. I got a picture. I never had a PS1, I started with PS2. So Legend of Dragoon, I can check and see what consoles it was specifically for. Oh, they're doing a remake. So Legend of Dragoon was a PlayStation 1. However, it is now available on PlayStation 5. It started off December 2nd, 1999 was the initial release for PlayStation 1 of Legend of Dragoon. It is a strategy JRPG developed by Sony and Japan Studio and Sony Computer Entertainment. The designer was Yasuyuki Hasebe. And yeah, it was released by Sony Interactive Entertainment. It's not the normal RPGs or JRPGs that you usually think of. And it switches in between like pixelated art, like how characters on the original Final Fantasy start out, or the original Fire Emblem. It's really old school, really classic game, pixelated battle type thing. And then you go from 1 to 1 to 1 whenever you're like selecting who to fight with, blah 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 blah. It starts with like that kind of stuff, and then occasionally you'll get like really in-depth pictures of each character. but the whole game is very old school, old console pixelation for most of the game. Let me see if I can go to stream picture share. This was me cosplaying Legend of Dragoon, Miru from Legend of Dragoon. Let me look up a character real quick and find copy image, go to here, there's that, and then grab this one, see if I can find another reference image. There they are. Okay. Posted in stream picture share. But basically, the character has one of the reasons I picked her, even though I haven't played the game and I didn't know much about it, was an ex was very big into Legend of Dragoon. It was his favorite childhood game, and I'm like, okay, you say it's your favorite game? I will research each character, their personality, what they dress like, what they're into, and I will do my best to choose a character from that game just for you and cosplay them and make the entire costume. So that entire costume that I have a photo of, I made that costume. That was my costume I made at the time. And I worked a whole month on making the hammer, making everything cosplay-wise for that costume. I was extremely dedicated to making sure the person I was with was happy and had like a dream video game character, but IRL. I even tried to listen to different voice lines and different phrases that they would say, different quotes from the game. I researched as much as I could and even tried to like incorporate that into when I would cosplay. I would raise my hammer up and I'd be like, a blast! And like do the whole spinning around with the hammer thing. Because one of her big moves is doing a move called Rainbow Blast where she spins around, jumps up in the air, and slams the hammer down, and a beam of rainbow light comes down and eviscerates the enemy. But I researched a lot for that character. I don't have that costume anymore. I disposed of that costume shortly after. I actually, I burned that costume. Like, about as soon as I got home from the convention, I burned that costume. Even after I spent a month on it, I burned it. And I look back on that every time and go, we could have improvised and used that fabric later on. We could have used those. What happened to it? So while I was cosplaying that character, you can see that it's a very bikini-related costume. Very exposing. And we needed food at the convention, but the convention did not provide food. So we went to go walk down the street of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and find a ramen place. Well, when you are walking in a downtown area of a big city in a very not so safe part of the city, and you are dressed in essentially a bikini in the summer, you get very, very bad comments from people, especially with how my body looked at the time. I had people at the bus stations that were asking how much and whooping and hollering about how someone was getting lucky tonight to my boyfriend at the time. And he told me not to pay attention to them. And it stuck with me. And so I refused to ever do another bikini cosplay ever again. So yeah, I learned very quickly if you're going to be going somewhere for food when cosplaying outside of the convention, preferably have things on you that are going to be publicly decent and not get comments that you will be very insecure about. Or if you have the confidence in you to not pay attention to those comments and you have the ability to tell people to fuck off, maybe that route. I did not have that confidence at the time, and my boyfriend at the time was very, very controlling. So, yeah, I did not really have a say. But I learned, like, I kept asking my boyfriend, like, why were they making those comments? Why would they say that? We're literally walking from the convention center. Why would they say that to me? I'm not a whore. Why would they say that to me? Why would they say that? I'm not a whore. I'm not a slut. I'm not a hooker. And his response was, well, you are dressed kind of in a bikini, and you aren't leaving much to the imagination. And when people see someone in a bikini, they assume that the person is kind of dressed like a hooker. And I'm like, give me one reason not to take the hammer that I have in my hands and hit you with it in a public space. And his response was, because that's called assault, and you go to jail for that. You right? You right? You're right. Technically, I'm an adult, and that is considered assault, and I would go to jail for that. So you're right. You're right. You're right. It is considered assault. I will not hit you with the hammer. Hitting someone with a literal band hammer. But yeah, that's why I don't cosplay like full armor female characters anymore. That's why I don't cosplay like very scantily dressed. I'll put it as like funnily expressed, like scantily dressed female characters from video games, because people make very rude comments, and I have a hard time of not letting it affect me. So that's why I don't currently have any of those costumes or cosplay any of those characters, even if I like the character. There's so many characters I like. Pyro wielding a giant hammer like Amy Rose and bonking people with. To be fair, I did have plans to do a Harley Quinn cosplay at one time, but it was going to be the Arkham Asylum. The leather looking pants that have the belt with the studs on it, the pigtails up top, the black mask across the eyes, the big golden, black, and red jester hammer, and the corset top with it's like a midriff corset top, kind of red and black, very dark blood red leather kind of look. And it's the Arkham Asylum Harley Quinn. It's one of her outfits that's the main outfit for that game. That was the version of Harley Quinn I wanted to go with. It's a very, very nice version. At least that's my opinion. I liked it. It was a very nice version. I like how it looks, okay? It would have been nice. However, if there was like a Joker that would have been like, hey, Harley, I'd be like, listen, you're cosplaying Joker and I don't give a fuck who you are right now. Harley and Joker's relationship was extremely toxic and I will not continue to be in character for you to pull off Joker right now. I will hit you with this hammer. I will not hesitate. I may be dressed like Harley Quinn, but I'm not going to endure the same relationship as Harley Quinn. Mr. J, can I bonk B-Man? I swears I can bonk him, Mr. J. Just trust me. He's gonna be real good to everyone he meets, Puddin'. Gonna make him wish he never had come across you, Mr. J. Well, if it isn't Batsy, Mr. B. Glad of you to join the party. Man, I can't do Harley's accent correctly yet, but that's mostly because like she has this very heavy mixture of New York meets New Jersey, and it's a mixture that I can't quite get just yet, and I'm frustrated at it. Mr. J, seems somebody didn't take his meds today. I can't get it. Aw, looks like someone's a little bit upset, Mr. J. Tell us, Batsy, did you come to play? We can make you feel all better, Mr. B. It kind of reminds me of Joey Wheeler from Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, I did have like an idea to do a Yu-Gi-Oh cosplay. That was another one on the list, was Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. But my thing was I would have done like a Yugi Moto cosplay. Hey Yugi, you promised me a duel. Remember, it's the heart of the cards. He tries to get you, and we're gonna have a few words with him. Tell me, Yugi, is this guy bothering you? Joey, it's fine. He's totally he's not bothering me. I just have a few issues to work out. Listen, Yugs, if he's bothering yous, I can take care of that problem for you. It's literally not a big deal, Joey. Why I oughta. Yeah, I would have done like a Yugi Moto, because I'm short enough. I would have done a Yugi Moto because I am 5 foot tall, and technically Yugi Moto is about, I want to say 4'9" to 5 foot, and his Pharaoh version is about 5'10". If you want to go off of canon description in the Yugi Duel Masters, it's a fan site that like tells you the specs of each character. I didn't look into any of this stuff at all. Nope. I am a normal nerd that totally doesn't need that info for any cosplay reasons. Why would I ever need that kind of information about a character? Why would I trying for accuracy? I wouldn't do that. Researching every aspect about a character before cosplaying them? You know, I heard the weather was nice today. I feel I can do Seto Kaiba or Joey Wheeler. I met Seto Kaiba's voice actor. Welcome to Loserville, Weeville population, you. I did meet Seto Kaiba's voice actor, because that voice actor is also the voice actor for Brock, Vulpix, and he's also the voice of Meowth and Jessie from Team Rocket. Speaking of Team Rocket, don't judge me on this one, okay? I thought it would have been nice to one day cosplay Jessie. I thought it would have been nice. And then my brain got in the way and decided that insecurities was a fun thing to throw at me, and how I will never fit her body type and blah, 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 blah. And my brain was like, yeah, no, fuck that. We'll just do a more modest cosplay, and we'll stick with Nurse Joy. We'll stick with Nurse Joy. That's what we deserve. Oh, jeez. But yeah, Jessie would have been fun. Nurse Joy. Officer Jenny. Officer Jenny was another one of my plans to do from Pokemon, was Officer Jenny. I wanted to do, like, humanized versions of Sakura Vulpix, and also I wanted to do a Flareon cosplay, because Flareon is one of the Pokemon I don't have a plush of, but one day. Nurse Joy is definitely on the plans. Scooby-Doo, I had plans from Scooby-Doo to do. Had a lot of plans. Game-wise, I was gonna try and do one of the little sisters from BioShock. That was another one. I wanted to do not only Tiny Tina from Borderlands 2, but also adult Tiny Tina from Borderlands 3. And one of the characters you play as in Borderlands 2 that you have the option of playing, Gage, which is one of the like character selections. You have Zero, you have Axel, you have Gage, and like a bunch of other characters you can choose from. There's like in Borderlands 1 you have like Maya and not Tank, he's a tank class. Yeah, the Mechromancer. I love the Mechromancer class in Borderlands 2. And that was like on my top, like I want to eventually cosplay this, but I want to make it related to the skin that I love to use in Borderlands 2, which for the Mechromancer skin for Borderlands 2, I use the red and black combination that has the red eyes for Gage's character. And I believe it's the I think it's like one of the gothic ones, but the pigtails turn black and her outfit is like hues of red and black, and it's like very punk, very gothic looking. I would use that on my Mechromancer and give them the name of Abby, because if you've watched NCIS, listen, Abby was an interesting character, and it's not like I had a crush on her or anything, but if she had ever asked me out, I might have like ever probably not said no. She was cute and weird and science and lab and dead bodies and gothic, and did I mention dead bodies? She's interesting. I like Abby's character and how like she's very sarcastic and only outing yourself. I watched it for the plot. The plot pans over to lab work and Abby talking to Ducky. Yeah, the plot. See, obviously there's something important going on here, and as you can see from the scene playing out right now, she has some very important things to say, and obviously I'm listening. How did she get her hair to look like that? my mom watching NCIS growing up, and I'm just like, oh, you're watching NCIS. I want to watch NCIS. I'll sit down and watch NCIS. Why do you want to watch NCIS? I thought the show didn't interest you. It doesn't. Okay, then why do you want to watch it with me? You know, because we obviously need mother-daughter bonding time over a TV show. Clearly that's a good idea. I mean, obviously there's been like a murder going on here, so we have to pay attention and see who did it. And totally not watching this so I can find out what Abby's doing in the series. Listen, I had to hide my, like, people I liked in regards to my family because my family was not very acceptant of the queer, okay? But it was times like that growing up, I'm like, I'm straight, but she's pretty, and I want to kiss her. But she's pretty. Like, I don't know, just as a kid, it just made sense to me, and, like, I was always very, very confused as to why did I find this character from a TV show attractive? I should not be feeling attraction like this. She's a girl. I'm a girl. I am confused. I must go and repent of my sins and pray about it. Because obviously I'm not allowed to feel like this. It's times like that, or times whenever I would be watching The Mummy. I think that was every queer person's awakening from the 90s, was watching the Mummy movie and going, that librarian's hot. O'Connell is hot. Okay, oh crap, the Magi is hot. He's got some nice hair. Like, I'm not one for facial hair here, but, like, it kind of works for him, and he's got that nice, like, what is he using for conditioner? And why can't my hair look as good as his? He's out in the desert all the time. There's got to be, like, frizz going on. Like, how are you keeping your hair so pristine like that? That is just gorgeous, and I am jealous. And I just need to inquire about your hair care routine, because your hair is gorgeous, and I'm jealous. Just low-key jealous here. Like, I'd see the Magi's hair in The Mummy, and I'm just like, how come he gets pretty hair? Do all these people have, like, a coconut hair cream routine that I'm not finding out about or something? Over here with the frickin' frizz. I got Witch of the West. I got, like, Wicked Witch of the West frizz here going on, okay? I straightened my hair the other day. That's the only reason that there isn't as much frizz. Frickin', like, if I had an ideal type for, like, a man that I thought was attractive, the Magi from The Mummy. I could, like, hold on, I'm trying to... There you go, I posted a reference picture. For those that might find him slightly attractive. Like, as a kid, I'm like, I don't like guys, but also... maybe. Pyro totally not outing themselves on how their gay power leveling started. Listen, him from that series, but also the librarian Evie. Like, Evie, the librarian. Evie, like, she was attractive, and let me grab another photo, because that's one with her hair up. I need one with her hair down, because the hair down was like... pictures. Here, go here, post this, then grab a GIF. Come on, you're in here somewhere. But like, I saw her as a kid and was like, she's pretty. And she's a librarian? You have access to books and a library? Sign me up. I don't care. I don't care if you're not single, if you single, if you gay, if you're not gay, if you poly, maybe a little bit of poly, I don't know, like, you got a library? You had me at books. I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd because, like, just the fact that she had access to a whole entire Library of Alexandria. She had access to the freaking Historical Museum of Natural History in the series, and like the Library of Alexandria. I was just like, take me with you. Take me with you. You are pretty. You have access to a whole entire freaking library. All the books I could ever, like, want to read. I don't... if you're not gay, can we at least be besties? I just want the books in the library, man. Like, even if you're not gay, I just want access to the library and all those books. I'll be a sad nerd over here. Just give me the books. Just give me the books. Give me the books, no one gets hurt. I don't care if they're in hieroglyphics. I will study the hieroglyphics and learn, because there's so many books and so much knowledge, and books. I need more books. I need a whole entire library is what I need. They start getting rid of the libraries, I just need to create my own library at this point. I don't care if I have to, like, make a space in the garage to store all the books. I will fucking do it if I get books. Why is Pyro on the floor? Someone gifted them over 100 books, shelves for those books, and a bunch of candles so they could light candles and just read books all day while the weather's nice. Do they realize what they've done? No. Oh, dear God, nothing is going to get done. What about all their unfinished art projects? You gave them a library. You gave them books. Nothing is going to get done now. Well, how long are they going to spend reading? It's not a matter of how long are they going to spend reading. It's the fact that you have given them a library and unlimited knowledge. What? It's just books. You do not realize the gravity of the situation. They like information. They like books. They like libraries. So what? They're like a bibliophile? I believe the term is sapiosexual, but we'll get there when we get there. what you've done is irreversible at this point. How not to rob a librarian. Also, if you don't know what sapiosexual is, it is the attraction to intelligence and knowledge. It is the attraction to smart people, the attraction to information and knowledge. It is the fact of if you have an in-depth conversation with someone about interesting or knowledgeable things, I am going to find that sort of attractive and be like, you are talking about something that has to do with information and something that has to do with like learning about this interesting thing. I will sit here and I will listen to you and just you keep talking. I will keep listening and I like learning this stuff. I will occasionally ask questions, but the fact that you have a wide, vast array of knowledge right here, my brain is going, I'm zoned in. You have my attention. The only thing that is going to deviate my attention is if there are cats. Alright. Are you serious? Alright. Are you serious? Ma'am. All I did was talk about cats. You have anything to say about cats? What do you have to say about cats? Are you just gonna chill there? You know that space isn't gonna be big enough for you to lay down on. You do understand that, right? You are on the arm of my chair and I kind of need to be able to move a little bit. I did not expect you to hop up on cue here, okay? This was not my intention. I understand you feel a need that if someone says cat, obviously you're a cat and you need to answer, but, cat child, I don't think you knew what you did. Are you done? That would have been a good moment to clip. It's like, the only thing that's gonna distract me is a cat, and then she just hops up here. I feel like that would have been a good moment to clip, and I should probably go back and clip that after stream. If it hasn't already been clipped. Because that was just, the timing on that was just, I have no words. The timing on that was like really, really well done. Haha! But at least I got that done. There's the pansexual drink. Pomegranate, pineapple, and blue raspberry. Did you know that blue raspberry isn't actually raspberry? The blue raspberry, it is hard for people to actually perceive the color blue or what blue would taste like, that we have had to assume what blue is and what blue would taste like because humans actually can't really perceive blue very well, and blue is actually a more rare color in nature. Other, like, it's okay, but like, yeah, blue is a very hard color to find a lot of in nature, You can find indigo, you can find violet, but blue, naturally occurring blue, is hard. It's very hard. I only know this because I was recently watching a documentary on like food theory. This sounds like the most nerdiest thing I have ever done. Watching a documentary on food theory. What on what? Food theory, and like why we do things the way we do, why there's like stigma around certain foods, why people think this food is good for you and this food is not, and how like there's a whole thing with like how the food pyramid is actually not correct. It was started by like corporations and food industry to try and sell more things. There's a lot of like information I learned in a very short amount of time. It was interesting, but then they got into like how blue raspberry was created because they couldn't think of a color for raspberry because red is already associated with cherry, and red is already associated with like cherry, it's pink's already associated with strawberry, and pink and red are also associated with watermelon, and how like you couldn't do blue because blue is associated with blueberries, or not. You couldn't do purple because purple is associated with grape, which left blue. And blue they designated it to raspberry, so blue raspberries. And there aren't actually blue raspberries in nature. There's only red, indigo, and like slight golden. There's not blue raspberries that naturally occur. They only picked blue for the raspberry because they didn't have a lot of color options to choose from that weren't already used for other flavors. You learned random things today. Congratulations. I kind of want this drink, but at the same time, I don't drink alcohols, so I don't think I could drink it. It does look good though. Get to learn things with Pyro. I mean, I plan on teaching gardening whenever I start gardening next month, so I mean, you're gonna learn gardening anyways. If you want to learn gardening, I'll probably do it like maybe on the weekends or just sometime during the week. Okay, so we've got the pansexual drink, bisexual boba tea, pansexual pomegranate passion. We're gonna do and switch the words out on that one. Gay green tea. Most adult drinks have child-friendly mode, but those are drinks like pina coladas, strawberry daiquiri, etc. So, gay green tea. Oh no, how do you make green tea gay? It sounded like it would be a good alliteration, but now I'm just over here like, how do you make green tea gay? Are you laughing at what I said?
Oh, yeah?
Oh, I thought you were laughing at what I said.
Nope.
I said, how do you make green tea gay?
There's a lot of ways to do that.
You take it out to dinner first? No, that's not. Everyone's straight until you. Wait, I can't say that joke because it's not appropriate for Twitch. I was gonna make a reference to spaghetti and how spaghetti's hard until you make it like boiled. Then you make it question itself. Listen, I thought I was straight until a friend in college was like, hey, I thought you were gay. What? I am not gay. I am straight. Well, would you ever kiss a girl? I never got to kiss a girl. I've never done that. I'm allowed to do that? And then bada bing, bada boom, you find out you are not as straight as you thought. I thought I was straight. You thought wrong. I thought wrong. You thought wrong. I thought I liked men. Puts hand on shoulder. The truth of the matter is, you like everyone. What? I like everyone? Everyone. Everyone's attractive. Everyone's cute. Leg gasp. Listen, you're a pansexual, polyamorous, switch. You cannot make a decision to save your life. Technically, I'm more asexual, I lean sapphic, but at the same time, everyone cute. I'm not very sexually attracted to anyone, but everyone cute, and if we connect, we connect. If not, mazel tov. I don't know. Gay green tea. How do you make green tea? Wait. Maybe Arizona tea has a thing on this. Oh. I guess that's how you make green tea gay. Okay then. That was not on my bingo card. I didn't realize there was an actual gay tea. There is literally a gay tea. I guess they do spill the tea. There is a gay tea. The tea brand is called Equality. There is a gay tea.
He is gay.
I was just trying to find like tutti frutti herbal tea. Okay? I was just throwing something out there for like representation of gay for drinks. And apparently there is a gay tea. I don't really know how to interpret this because I did not expect that to be a thing. I thought that there was just like a running joke in the queer community that LGBT. No, that's an actual tea. Equality. I don't know. I'm stumped. Just a bit stumped. How was I supposed to know there was an actual tea? That there's an actual gay tea. How was I supposed to know that? bisexual and pansexual. I'm not streaming on TikTok at the moment. I'm bisexual and pansexual. That's impossible. And I'm straight. Future me puts hand on shoulder. Wait. I'm bisexual and pansexual. That's impossible. I'm straight. Future me puts hand on shoulder. You find people of the same gender attractive, but mostly when they have feminine clothing. But that's for another time. What are you saying? Oh, right about? Are we continuing the conversation about cosplay? Or about, like, video games? Because I could go on about video games. That wouldn't be too hard. It's when I say that my brain blanks on video games. Are you kidding me? It's like, I can go on about... I forgot you weren't on TikTok. Yeah, I stopped the TikTok stream because TikTok was being an asshole. Not to mention, TikTok's gotten really, really bad about their censorship, all because of, like, Cheeto Man. But we're not here for Cheeto Man. We're here to make sure Cheeto Man experiences France 1959. I mean, we love America. At Giwoo Team. Woo. Monka S. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit insane. As for, like, video games, I thought about doing Junko from Danganronpa, but that's like an overdone cosplay that gets cosplayed quite a bit for people in the cosplay community. I do have a Vocaloid cosplay. I have Sakura Miku that I made. I have the wig. I have like all the parts to Sakura Miku. Miku, you can call me Miku. Long hair, blue eyes, I can go real high. I'm trying to think. Video games. Haven't played The Last of Us, but I would attempt to do a horror cosplay. If I did that, I would do one of the clickers. That would be a lot of prosthetics and a lot of doing like molding foam and like essentially doing lots of foam carving to do the fungus heads and stuff. Because you have to do like the clickers, you have to make like one limited eye hole for like your eyes, or make the eye holes not noticeable inside the fungus. Because they've got the big fungus that grows out of their heads, and they're based off like sound. And they use the clicking to find people. I think this should be on a different side. Me as a kid, why would I ever be interested in people? People are weird. Me as like a teenager, why are girls pretty? No, girls are not pretty. I can't think that. Girls not pretty. Me, high school. Guys are interesting, but girls are definitely pretty. I haven't ever kissed one. It's something I'm curious about, but no. I'm not allowed to date, and I shouldn't even think about any of that stuff. And I don't have attraction? No, I don't. But also, why girl pretty? Why girl make me nervous? Why girl pretty, girl interesting, girl confusing? I I like girl not too super annoying. No. Gotta maintain that straight facade. Straight facade. Then college comes around. You can kiss girl. Maybe. Maybe I curious. Me further down the road. You not curious. You hella gay. And you like everyone. You like everyone. How do you know you like everyone? Did you see the people you thought were attractive as like a kid in movies? I just had questions about their hair. Sure you did. Sure you don't have questions about if the curtains match the dress. Never mind. I'm gonna retract that statement. Retract. Though that reminds me of a lesbian pickup line. No, I remember a lesbian pickup line. It's like, wow. Sometimes I just want to bury myself in you, in between your thighs. I'm just like, damn, that was smooth. If I tried that on someone, they'd probably think I was a weirdo. Fuck. Bury myself in between your thighs. Ho, teddy croissant. That was terrible. Though, to be fair, I guess one of the reasons that guys didn't interest me in school was that I was the weirdo that other kids always picked on and did the whole, like, pretend flirting with, where they would act like they were flirting with you, and then whenever you were like, oh, I mean, I guess that would be okay, they would go, haha, I was just kidding. I would never date someone like you because you're ugly or annoying. And you just sit there and go, fuck you. Like, that is one of the reasons, because almost every guy in my classes, they were either very creepy or they would do the whole fake flirting just to pick on you kind of thing, because they found it amusing and thought it was funny to see my reaction. And it was one of those things where people knew that you didn't date and knew you didn't want to date people, so they would pick on you specifically because you didn't want to date people. And whenever you would ask people, why would dating matter whenever I'm still in school and I'm focusing on schoolwork? People be rude. Rude as hell. Yes, let's make that to where they have to go to therapy for the rest of their life. Alright, who hurt you this time? My childhood. Oh, jeez. Today we gather here to process unprocessed traumas of the past. Yeah, no, I'm out. No, I'm out. I'm out. I didn't sign up for this. No, you can't leave. You're stuck here. Bitch, I will leave. You're stuck. You have to process your emotions. Fuck that! It'll only hurt a little bit. A little bit? Seriously? You think a little bit? You think it's gonna hurt a little bit? You signed the contract. I didn't sign shit! You signed a legally blinding contract. Legally blinding contract. Wow, hi. I did not. I did not mean it like that. I meant to say legally binding. I meant to say legally binding. Ah, yes, legally blinding contract. Great. Great. Fantastic. Was it invented by demons or angels if it's legally blinding? Good job. I hurt myself. What did you do to hurt yourself? I tried to speak words and I tried to use English. But you speak English. I know. I know I speak English. That's the bad part. Didn't you grow up speaking English? Yes and no. Yes and no. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? My first language wasn't English. Are you legal? Yes, I'm legal. Okay. Why isn't your first language English? Because my first language is sign language. Isn't that kind of English? No. Oh. What about, like, is that the only language you grew up speaking? No, I grew up with Spanish too. Spanish? Yeah. No entiendo nada. But if you speak Spanish, are people gonna, like, deport you? They might. Technically. Technically, I've been threatened with that before, so, I don't know. I got threatened a couple weeks ago. Because I said I had family that was Latino, and they're just like, I hope you get deported. Looks at my skin color. Looks back up. Looks at my skin color again. Piece of paper. Okay, I'm not that pale, but where am I getting deported to? Excuse you? To that, I use the Cherokee words of Gadohi Gasuhi, which means land back. Like, frick. Hope you get deported. I hope you grow a brain. I hope you realize that not every American looks white. Speaking of English and American. Imagine people being so dumb. Oh wait, we are living in that universe. Yeah, it gets worse. Cheeto Man wants to make the official language of the US English. The US has no known official language and has not its entire existence because we're literally founded on a country of immigrants, foreigners, mixed cultures, indigenous, and like different languages. There is no national one language fits all for our country. You're in America, speak English. Actually, you're on stolen land. Speak Cherokee. I'm sorry, but like, You can't legally try to change our nation's language to English. We don't have a designated. I know you went to some form of schooling, and obviously it does not show. Your education is lacking, and I think you need to go back to middle school at this point. Re-educate yourself. I do not have the time to babysit politicians. This is America. Speak English. This is America. Don't be a dumbass. Imagine people actually voting for correct things and trying to actually ensure that they have rights in this economy. Like people would do that. We live in America. People using common sense? Wonder egg prices are so high. And actually, egg prices are high because the bird flu has basically extended. The bird flu is becoming an endemic. And it has spread to cows. Congratulations. So if you wonder why chicken, beef, and beef products or eggs are expensive right now, it's because they are having to control different populations of cows and chickens at the current time because of bird flu. Also, if you have cats or dogs, do not have them on a raw diet right now. Because of the bird flu, giving pets raw meat of any kind right now is very risky and can make them very sick. And bird flu is deadly to cats. Bird flu will cause neurological issues with cats, and the cats are affected very devastatingly by bird flu. So just FYI, if you do have a cat, maybe stick to wet food or dry food currently, but do not feed them like a raw diet right now. Just like as a precaution, you might want to just take precautions. I'm not trying to like fearmonger or anything. I just know that a lot of people care about their pets, and I wouldn't want anything to happen to my pets either. And I'd rather people like continue to have their loved beings rather than not have them. So if I can do something to help and like let people know things that would keep their pets safe, I will generally try to do that. Because I believe it was yesterday, one of the people was asking about like they didn't understand because they live in a different country. They didn't understand why people were talking about like egg prices and things being expensive because they can pay like what is it? Essentially like $1 for eggs. Where they live, they can pay like $1 for eggs because they already dealt with the bird flu in their country and they basically got through it in like a week and dealt with it. And their country addressed the issue. But I was explaining like how because their country's South African, their prices are a bit different from ours. I tried to explain that like a case of eggs here for 60 eggs for us would be like $27 US where I live, but where they live it would be about like I think it was like let me try to find the conversion. see, it was like 27 US was like 497.68 rand, which is the South African currency. But like a dozen eggs here where I live is about 110 rand. But they were talking about how like their eggs are about like what was it? 30 rand for eggs for a dozen. So for American currency, they're paying like $1.63 for 12 eggs. $1.63. They're paying $1.63 for a dozen eggs over there. Cries in American. Like, damn. I know that they were talking about like if they got 60 eggs for them was like 400 rand. So it was like $21 for 60 eggs. And then for us, I was trying to explain, yeah, for one of my friends, it's off in like Arizona at the moment because they're visiting different states. A dozen eggs in Arizona is $11, which is 202 rand, which is the South African currency. And I kept like telling them about different prices and how different prices are here for eggs. And they're like, well, now I understand America is expensive. I'm like, yeah, kind of. We're kind of expensive right now. It's like, can we trade like economic prices with you all? Because those sound like really good prices for eggs, not gonna lie. But to be fair, most of their eggs are free range, and those are the prices of like free range eggs, which essentially are not eggs you have to keep cool. They just get them from the chickens and then put them on like a basket or something, and people grab fresh eggs, and that's how they handle that. The only reason why Americans keep eggs cold is because we sanitize and pasteurize the eggs, and so we have to keep them cold because we've gone through the process of removing the outer layer that keeps those eggs protected and like able to be shelf stable or just sitting on the counter all the time. Once those eggs are pasteurized and sanitized and that layer has been removed, they have to be kept refrigerated. Because that's the process that America uses for like their egg storage, is essentially like removing that outer layer that protects the egg and keeps it safe to consume at room temperature. Now you know why you have to refrigerate your eggs in America. Most other countries don't refrigerate their eggs because they don't do the pasteurizing. Like in Canada, people are paying, the Canadian dollar are paying like 99 cents for a dozen eggs. Canada, 99 cents American. Canadian dollar, like $1.99 Canadian or 99 cents American for a dozen eggs. And most of theirs are just out on the shelf stable. 99 cents for a dozen eggs. Why can't I pay 99 cents for eggs? I don't even eat eggs very much. I use them for baking and cooking and ramen and all those other fun things. Oh, I haven't even looked up what an Irish coffee looks like. Oh, wait, I have to look up Irish coffee to get the thing after this one. Because I'll have to do the, spread. 99 cents. Eggs in Mexico are about like 5 pesos. 5 pesos. Or was it, I think it's 500 pesos maybe? Or was it 50? I think it was 50. I don't know right now. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I remember Canada, I remember South Africa. But God forbid I try to remember a country that one of my relatives is actually in. I mean, I have a relative in Canada. In order to seek asylum or citizenship, you must have family that is in Canada. Well, I've got family in Canada. And where are Boots gonna go? Somewhere safe. And where are Boots do you think you're headed? Away from here. I wish. Except for I can't really leave because planes are dangerous right now. Cries an American. And Arizona reinstated the ability to gas people. Like gas people. People that are on death row in prison basically get the option of being gassed or firing squad. And I'm just over here going, what? Are you serious right now? Hi, I'm screaming internally because I live in America. Yay! Egg. That person replied to my video. I'm just gonna ignore them. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna ignore them. That's what I'm gonna do. What was I looking up? Oh yeah, the cost of eggs in Mexico. No, the person was being transphobic and basically was like, your view is illogical, and by that view it's circular, and if you're including trans women as women, then you'd have to include trans men as women, right? Because they were born women. And I'm just like, I'm not responding to you. This is not okay. Ooh, better idea. I should just block them. Blocking them would be good. Eggs in Mexico are $1.95 to $2.25 a dozen. Oh my gosh. Give me the Canadian price, please. 99 cents a dozen. I believe it was. I've seen a bunch of TikToks on like people in Canada and them showing like prices of eggs in Canada. Let's see, Canadian price of eggs. Eggs in Canada. Let me see. So $3.77 Canadian. What is $3.77 Canadian? Could you just give me like calculation? Okay, $3.77. So not 99 cents. So $3.77 in Canada would be $2.63 here. I like you. We agree on a lot of stuff. I have trans friends that agree with me. I just can't agree with you on this topic. Okay, then I'm not responding. So that's what I have to say on that. I'm sorry that you're wanting to keep trans women out of women's bathrooms. You can fuck off with that ideology. We may agree on a lot of other stuff, but if you're going to be kicking trans women out of women's spaces, I'm going to be kicking you off of my friends group. So I don't care if we have agreeances on other stuff. Once you start disregarding trans people's rights and then claiming you have trans friends, you cannot say one thing and then treat trans people like they don't belong in same spaces as people that they identify as. I won't stand for that. That's hypocritical. And also very not okay. Still cheaper than what I'd usually pay. Listen, eggs for like a dozen eggs here where I live is like $6.02 for a dozen. And then for eggs for like 18 count is like $9.32. But that's the egg prices where I live. Like where I live, that's what the egg prices are. I have a friend over in like Arizona currently that said that a dozen eggs was $11. So I don't know if it's more expensive on the coastal regions because you don't have a lot of the chicken farms out on the coastal regions. On the East Coast and West Coast, I'm assuming that it's like going to be higher prices because we have the chicken farms where I live. We've got Tyson's where I live. So I don't know. A bit higher thanks to transportation and such. Ugh. I know that it's harder to get things in certain places. A wild Bramblin has appeared. Eee. Oh wait, I don't know if I have BK as a friend on Pokemon Go. I think I've got Druid as a friend on Pokemon Go. I sent gifts to a few people the other day. I don't remember. I don't think so. That reminds me. You changed phones recently. Let me check. I think it'd be the same name on Pokemon Go, possibly. Well, that's a new sound. Weird looking Pokemon. Nothing to see here. Totally not a side quest. I'm not distracted at all. There's nothing to see here. Nothing to see. Neat. I totally have focus. That they just like update so many things. New quest objective alert. Capture a Gardevoir. Caught a Gardevoir in Ruby. Quest completed. 250 XP granted. Oh, I gotta get the claim reward. Claim reward. 2500 XP. Any other rewards I need to claim? What? Me still playing Pokemon Go? Psh, no. I don't play Pokemon Go. That's nerd talk. I would never. You hear nothing. That's not Pokemon Go. That's Power World. Mobile. Where you enslave Pokemon. That's not Pokemon. I don't know what you're talking about. That's Power World for your mobile phone. It's Power World. Obviously. I feel like Druid's just shaking their head at the moment. Just shaking their head like, Pyro. Pyro, Pyro, Pyro. That's not Pokemon Go. Those notification sounds you heard were my my alarms for daily reminder. That's Power World, where you eat your pals and they make them into free labor. I actually don't have Power World in my library of games. I do not have Power World. Mostly because the way it was explained to me made me very hesitant to ever play it. Because I had friends that were joking about how you eat the it's essentially Pokemon, but you enslave the Pokemon and you eat them. And I'm just like, no! I don't want to do that to the Pokemon. That's horrible. Well, it's not actually Pokemon. You just said, yes, I was using an example. It's not actually Pokemon. They just look kind of like Pokemon. No. My younger brother is also trying to get me to play Power World, and I'm just over here like, First you're trying to get me to play Fortnite, now you want me to play Power World, and next you're going to try to get me to play Ark again. Wait, is Power World free to play? I never looked into that. I know I need to play more Roblox. I get side quested so much. I've got 5 different post-it notes around my room that are giant lists of projects I eventually want to do. Power World is not free to play on any platform. It's currently available on PC and Xbox Series X and costs the same exact price on either platform, $29.99 USD. The PC version of Power World, purchased via Steam, was originally released at the lower price of $26.99, but increased to $29.99 on January 25th, 2024. Well, I guess I'm never playing it. That's only because I am broke, and I can't afford that. And I've got to wait till March 12th for anything Twitch related to go through payment-wise if I get paid from Twitch. So anything I make in between now and March 12th, that is essentially my paycheck from Twitch. Yay. You must sound more excited about this. It's a great opportunity. Woo. Come on, Twitch is paying you to stream. I am so thrilled. Don't you feel excited about that? No. But why not? Because Twitch only pays you after you make $50. So until you make $50 from your ads and your subs, you don't get paid anything. You have to make $50. Ugh. That's the one thing that other people don't tell you as a streamer is like, how much do you have to make on Twitch before Twitch will pay you? $50. And it takes a while. Every pay period is from the 12th of the month to the 12th of the next month. So anything you make in between those times, that's what you get paid for. And I don't like asking people to sub and stuff, so I haven't been doing that the entire time I've been streaming. The last time I was ever paid out from Twitch was in June of last year. So I've literally not been paid from Twitch for anything I do for July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February. 7 months. And almost 8 months now. So yeah, I don't get paid to do this. Whenever I stream, I'm just streaming. And I don't really get paid for it because Twitch doesn't really pay me a lot. So I have literally any stream I've done in the past 8 months, I have not been paid for. Yeah. So if anyone ever says people just stream for the money, I'll just be like, ha 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 ha. When was the last time I was paid from this job? If this is a job, when was the last time I was paid? Honey? That was supposed to be a selection thing. And I know that I've had people that have tried to help and people that have subbed and people that have like been trying to do what they can. But Twitch literally won't allow me to have anything. If Twitch is a job, where the hell is my check? Twitch will only pay you if you are an affiliate, if you're a partner, or if you have met your quota on streaming and you're an affiliate for a certain amount of time. And when you are an affiliate, it's not based off of how many streams you do. It's based off of, one, how many ads you're running, and how many subs you get from people that subscribe to your Twitch channel. If you don't have a lot of subscriptions to your Twitch channel, well, you're not going to get your payment as fast as everyone else. The more subs you have and the more like people you have that follow you, the quicker you are more likely to get paid. But I don't try to tell people to sub. I don't try to tell people to like do all that. Mostly because like if I did that, I'd feel kind of bad. I always feel really bad for it. Like even if I know I need the help financially from some source, I usually just feel bad asking people to sub, and I feel bad like trying to encourage people to follow and stuff, because it feels like I'm forcing people, and I don't like that. I don't like that. If people are going to follow, they follow of their own free will. If people are going to like subscribe, that's on them. If you have money to do so, congratulations, you have money to subscribe to people. Why did you pick me? That's my like outlook on that. Honestly, I just stream to stream, and if people enjoy it, people enjoy it. I didn't become a streamer to like have an income from streaming. I mostly just needed the affiliates so I could upload emotes, and that was my goal, was emotes. Because I had people asking, when are you going to have like emotes for your channel? When are you going to have emotes that you're going to do? And I'm like, whenever I become an affiliate. So when I become an affiliate, I will upload as many emotes as I possibly can. Unfortunately, that does come with a risk, and that risk is that in order to upload more than 10 emotes at a time, you have to have at least 10 subscribers on your channel to upload more than 10 emotes. So every time you hit 10 subscribers, it increases the amount of emotes that you are able to upload. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? I can't upload all my emotes I want to upload because there's a limit? Because I have to ask people to like actually subscribe in order to upload more? That's bullshit. I didn't realize there was stipulations for streaming. What the fuck kind of shit is this? Make it as where I actually have to do work. I didn't sign up for that. In order to survive, you must try to ask people to subscribe. I'd rather not. I feel like it'd be like one of those things that if I did, I'd be like, alright, you guys had a good stream. If you enjoyed the stream, feel free to subscribe for more content in the future. Yeah, because that doesn't sound scripted at all. I totally can do all the things. Combi escaped. Technically, Twitch is considered a job if you're a big enough streamer and you're making enough income from like partnership, Streamlabs partnership, affiliate subscriptions from affiliate. Technically, your W-2 for Twitch can reflect a significant amount if you're a big enough streamer and you stream quite a bit. But that requires spoons that I do not possess. I don't possess the spoons for this. If I did, I'd have the energy to do everything else. If you wish to make it as a big or decent streamer, you must always ask for subscriptions from the chat. Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing. Right? Like, I know several of my friends that are bigger streamers on Twitch, and they get like, I want to say 10 to 20 subscriptions per stream that they do, but they've got like really massive following, so I understand that. For me, I'm just like, damn, okay. And I've had people that have literally come into my chat before on like Twitch and been like, I'm not gonna pay anything and I'm not gonna subscribe. You can't make me. Okay, I'm not asking you to. Well, I'm not gonna donate to the charity cause that you're trying to pressure people into. Okay, I didn't ask you to. It is literally an optional charity. If you want to donate to the Trevor Project, that's on you. I am not forcing anyone to do anything. I'm a broke bitch as well. You don't have to like say that you're broke, but I'm in the same boat as you. Chill. Like when people come in with a really hateful attitude about you just want people to spend money on your streaming. Have I asked you to spend money? No. Have I asked you to subscribe any time that I have been streaming? No. Have I asked for you to follow me? No. But your chat won't allow me to chat unless I've followed you. Yeah, it's a safety precaution. That's literally the only reason that's there. Here's the thing. If you don't like my streams, you are welcome to leave anytime. You are welcome to unfollow if you don't like the stream and you followed just so you can troll in the chat. You can just unfollow. And then you never have to see my face again. Congratulations. Like, it's that simple. If you don't like the streams, you don't have to be here. If you need a streamer that has like huge tatas and is a very attractive, cute, pansexual person, but does a bunch of speed dating lives, I can send you to their channel. Granted, you might have to be over 18 to view their content, so just FYI. They're very narcissistic, though. Very. I am never attempting to shoot my shot with that person ever again. Like, originally, I had followed them because they were having speed dating things on Twitch, and they were an attractive person. I'm like, oh, I could try and do speed dating with them, but one of their requirements for speed dating is that you have to join their Discord. And I found out their Discord was extremely toxic. Like, the people were very ableist, they were very transphobic, and they were very misogynistic, and a majority of their following and Discord server was very misogynistic, head up their butt men who objectified women. So I am not going to be trying to participate in any more of those kind of speed dates because I do not want to go back to that Discord server, and I do not wish to encounter any more of that fan base because I do not need that for my mental. It was gross, and it was also not okay. And a few of the men in that server made comments that were not appropriate towards me in any regards, based on their viewpoint of me being asexual and how I just need to find a good man that knows how to fix me. So yeah, I'm not going back. I don't need fixed. I'm not broken. I exist. Oh, it's on that layer. Okay. So yeah, I don't engage with that streamer. I'm still following them because follower count for them. I know that it's like just if I were to unfollow, it's not going to make a huge difference considering majority of the time they have at least 2,000 people in their streaming chat at all time, and it's mostly men. Because they are very attractive. They are. They're very cute, but they are also someone that consistently and constantly is wearing bikinis on Twitch. Very, very cosplay bikinis. There we go. Cosplay bikinis. And your brain can go from there. And like, people can wear what they want as long as it's within Twitch terms of service guideline. And you're not showing your feet on Twitch because it's apparently a like bannable offense because apparently Twitch thinks that's fetish content. I don't get it, but okay. But yeah, like, as long as you're following TOS and you're abiding by the rules, I don't have a problem with what you're wearing. And like, she gets a lot of money and a lot of tips from it. Like, she gets a lot of money, but I just, like, for me, maybe I'm not comfortable with doing that with my own body. I'm not going to shame someone else for that. But, like, it kind of rubs me the wrong way, and I have a hard time unfollowing people once I've followed them, because like I feel bad. I feel bad, and I just kind of am like, how do I put that? Whenever someone follows me, I'm like, oh, cool, you followed me. Thanks. I mean, I appreciate every follow and every view, but at the same time, if you unfollow me, you unfollow me. That's fine. I just don't have the heart to unfollow people because my brain goes, I can't do that. I've already followed them. I can't just not follow them. Unless they do something to cross my boundaries, which, I mean, technically they did do that, but it's hard, and my brain doesn't want to cooperate. The brain does braining, and I can't get myself to do the right thing. The right thing would be keeping my mental and peace of mind safe and just unfollowing them so that other people can enjoy their content and it not bother me. I wish that I was not bothered by what others do. If only I could find. Brain needs to sit down and a quick rest with some good tea. Yeah, kind of. My brain's just been in a bit of a weird spot lately. Mostly because my therapist has literally canceled the past 2 sessions due to weather and things that came up. And the fact that what is it? The fact that I have not been able to focus very well. I mean, that's assuming I could focus in the first place, but still. Trying to actually sit down and focus on something that is necessary or needs to be done, my brain feels like it's got this massive, like, heavy block or heavy brick in the way that no matter how much I try to push forward and no matter how much I'm trying to get past this block and do the things I need to do, my brain keeps telling me, we can't move the block. We can't move this block. No matter how hard we try, the block is just going to stay there. We'll try harder. We literally cannot move this block, but we need to move the block because we have things we need to do. Yeah, but if we try to move the block, we're not going to be able to move it. Why? Because apparently we found things that we want to do that are not the thing we need to do, but they've caught our attention, so we're going to do the things that we're wanting to do, but not the things we need to do. Okay, what are the things we need to do? Well, we have 5 different post-it note lists that we need to do, and we need to get them done. And we need to get them finished so that they actually get accomplished and completed, and we can actually put away the stuff and finally have it complete as a task, and it's knocked off the task chart. Okay? What else needs done? I need to be able to focus and like make lists whenever I actually need to make lists when people need those lists so that I can hand those lists to them so that they can be thoroughly done and everything is what it needs to be and no one has to worry about what do we need, what do we not need. Have you made a list for what we need? I tried. But when I tried to focus on making a list of what I need to do and what I need, my brain decided that it wanted to rebel. And that no matter how hard I tried to sit down, start making a list, my brain was just screaming at me, no, you're not allowed to make a list. but I need to make a list. I need to sit down and I need to do this. This is important and it has to be done before Thursday. So I have to get it done. But if we sit down and do this, we can't focus. But it needs done. Don't know what to tell you. It's not going to get done. And if anyone ever tells you that living with ADHD is easy, I want you to look them in the eye and tell them, what are you on? And why aren't you sharing? Like if anyone ever says that ADHD is just a little funny quirk that you have that doesn't impair your day or doesn't impair your daily life, I'm going to look at this person, look them in the eyes and go, it's weed, isn't it? Is it crack? Are you on cocaine? Are you on... Oh, wait, I don't know if I can even talk about that. Okay, are you on something you should not be on? Is that what you're on? Is that what you on? You are clearly, if you think it is easy to live with this, I have lots of things. It's that cuddly. Just like if people think it's easy, and if people think, oh, it's no big deal, I hope they understand how hard it is to sit down and try to start a project, but all of a sudden alarms go off in your head. So you go to turn off the alarms. Now when you go and turn off the alarms, something catches on fire. When you go to put out that fire, the faucet starts spewing everywhere and the pipes have burst. Okay, pipes have burst. We can tackle that. Cool. Well, when you go to tackle those pipes, you realize that all of your files that are super important have gotten wet. Okay, files have gotten wet. We just need to go dry the files, put them out by a fan. Well, you go and you put them out by the fan and you realize your laundry's not done. So you have to go and do your laundry because the laundry hasn't been done in over a week. So you go to start your laundry and you realize, hey, the dishwasher needs empty. Let's go ahead and unload the dishwasher. When was the last time we cleaned the cat litter? That is kind of how that goes. Like, people don't understand that it's not easy. It's really not. I know there's like tons of people that when they are on like ADHD medication, they're able to focus, they're able to get stuff done. Their head isn't being super loud and they're able to like do all the things they need to do in a day and have like focus that is immeasurable. And I'm over here like, I want some of that. Jeez. It's fascinating that there are medications that can help you focus really, really well. Oh, the mental health care system. Anyways, I have a few things to say about that, and that's a whole other thing. I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, burning. Tell me, princess, now why did you let this country fall? A whole new world, God, make it stop. A whole new, brilliant, fantastic view. In what sense? No one to tell us no. That's where you're wrong. Or where to go. No, they're telling us where to go. Or say we're only dreaming. No, they're already doing that. A whole new world. I will just close my eyes. A new fantastic point of view. I really wish it gets better. Oh my god. That's a mood. I cope with very morbid humor sometimes. Very morbid humor. He's fine. We're all living in America. America is wunderbar. Aladdin, but relatable. Yeah, very much so. Oh, dear God, save our country. Or whoever out there is listening. You know, save us. I'm not saying the country needs saving, but I am saying, you know, we wouldn't say no to help. Well, at least some of us wouldn't say no to help. I can't guarantee that the other percentage of the population wouldn't say no. I don't really know, like... I'm trying to figure out how to approach something in regards to mental health because it is super important to know about, and it's related to current events, but it's like I'd rather people know than they didn't know and be caught off guard in case they're in a crisis. Mostly just because I don't want people to be caught off guard by it. Like trying to figure out how to go about it. I'd say teach people what you think will help them. One of them will eventually thank you. So currently, if you have a coping skill you can use, or someone you're able to reach out to when you're in crisis, keep that as a safety plan. Mostly because right now the crisis hotlines are not readily available. I have a few friends that work for the Veterans Crisis Hotline, the VA Crisis Hotline, and they just finished cleaning out their desks. They just finished getting the last of their stuff from their office yesterday because the National Veterans Crisis Hotline had funding cut, and the National Suicide Prevention Hotline in America is currently not really accepting phone calls. Any phone call they are receiving from anyone in the LGBT or trans community, they are being told to forward the calls to the local police department for the police to do a wellness check. The Trevor Project is struggling, so that's fun to know. And during the inauguration here in America, the Trevor Project had a 750% increase in calls. And that is 750%, 750%, ages 9 to 25, and not all calls could be answered. The current mental health crisis in America has basically reached how do I put this? It's not good, but what we can do is try to be there for each other and remember to have a safety plan if you ever feel that way. Have someone you can reach out to. Try to have a coping skill, if any, that keeps you going and keeps you alive. And if spite helps you live, then continue living so you can watch all the bad things burn to the ground and eventually throw a shoe at them. I don't know. Whatever keeps you going. I try to throw in something funny. But don't give up. We have each other, and we have communities, and we have people that we are building those communities with. So remember that sometimes if you reach out to friends or reach out to people you trust, if you have someone that has that ability, then keep that as a safety plan. What we need to do is keep going forward and keep hanging on to the communities that we have and support each other. Even if that means just like talking to someone or having a place you can look at dog pictures or cat pictures or pictures of anime characters setting stuff on fire. I'm throwing a random thing out there and my brain's really set on the fire thing. They say that fire can be cathartic or maybe even therapeutic. I'm not saying we can... No, I'm not going to say that. I'm not saying we burn things. But, yeah, it's not fantastic. It's not fantastic. I won't lie about that. Just stay safe. Like, when I found out, I didn't have a lot of words that I could really say in regards to learning that stuff. Like, I am kind of at a loss for, like, words. I have no coping mechanism. My family are not really LGBT friendly, being that they are from the West Indies, Christian AF, and closed-minded. So I'm just autopiloting as best I can. I mean, if you need to, like, you're always welcome to message me if you want. If you need my number to text me, I am open to giving that to you. If you need a comedian to watch, I've got a lot of selections of comedians that are pretty good. If you need some bands to listen to, we do have a music channel and you can post music suggestions and share music with other people. If you want a channel for poetry, we can start a poetry channel and we can have like an open poetry night or something. But we're in this together. We are friends. And I do care about you. I wouldn't have sent you and Druid like care packages slash like holiday packages if I didn't care about you all. And things do get bad before they get better. You can't have stars without the darkness. You can't have rainbows without the rain. But even after a really big storm, there's always a rainbow. So there's always hope. Even if it doesn't feel like there is, don't give up. If you need me to teach you ways you can set fire to oh wait. I can't continue the knowledge that I was going to provide because that might be a violation of things. So anyways, I know knowledgeable things and I know very informative things that are helpful. And you know, if you're ever surviving in a camping trip and you know you need to learn how to set fire without like a fire device, yeah. I do watch some YouTubers for hours to pass the time, but I try to save them for late nights when I have trouble sleeping, which happens a lot. If it helps, I upload every single stream from my Twitch over to my YouTube channel, so if you miss a stream, I've got streams that are saved to YouTube. It's simple. Yeah. And a lot of my streams can be really, really long, so I mean, it'll help you sleep. I feel like I need to add something else. But yeah, I generally keep a lot of my streams uploaded to YouTube. I try to anyways. Trying to think what else. My family is also very conservative and Christian, so I get it. I don't have a lot of family support. But here's the thing about family is you can also have like chosen family and family that isn't related to you. And that's still considered family. I believe there's a thing that some people say about how you can have a chosen family and you can choose people that you consider family and they still are the same thing as having a family, even if your biological family doesn't like cooperate with like things you believe in or things you have a say on. I think, I keep forgetting, like, what the thing is. But don't give up is the main thing. One, I'm pretty sure you still have a lot of books that you're working on that are unfinished, and then if you don't finish them, I'm pretty sure that that would be kind of a really, really not okay cliffhanger for some people that do read your fan fictions and do read the writing you post on certain websites. I paid attention, sort of. I remember some things. Besides, maybe one day you'll be some famous author that will, you know, forget about us streamers here and live your life to the fullest, and you'll like have this big giant house with like multiple consoles and lots of books in your own library. I'm gonna go off the library things. The library would be good to have, and you have like this walk-through garden, and that's the other thing. My family are hard believers on there's one family and there's one year, and that is the one you're born with. So never had any people out of my family who that were trusted enough to be my second family. I understand that, but sometimes family can be like your biological family sometimes can be a source of trauma, or can be even a source of like anxiety, or causing your mental health not to feel very good. And if your family is toxic to you, I wouldn't really consider those family. I would consider them more people that you know, that you grew up with in the same general area, and you care about them, but they don't act like family. A family loves and supports each other, and a family shows kindness and love and shows you how you should be treated as a person. My family never really showed much of that, other than my younger brother, but my grandma did. And even if I never really had a lot of that, that doesn't mean I'm not going to show other people that aren't my family ill will or malice or like hate, or showing people like that they can't be loved or cared for. People matter. And even if people don't treat you like a family should treat you, or treat you like with love or kindness, well, congratulations, you're now adopted, and I just need to know when your birthday is, and then you might be receiving your birthday card. You're now adopted. You can't adopt me, you're the same age as me. Well, this is awkward. Also, my books have not been getting any traction, no matter how many books I make. Each chapter has either 3 people, or 1 person, or just no one, so it's something I'm contemplating on whether or not I should even continue. Just about every now and then I have ideas for a chapter. So, even if not a lot of people view it or not a lot of people read it, do it anyways. Because then you will have already accomplished it. You would have gotten something completed off of your list of projects. And you can say that you already did that. And you don't have to worry if too many people see it or it gets traction. What matters is that, is writing something you love to do? Is writing something you enjoy? Regardless if people see it or not. Is it something you enjoy? Is it something that lets you feel like yourself? And if your answer is yes to any of those, then the amount of people seeing what you do isn't the important thing. The important thing is that you are doing what you love for yourself to help you feel better and help you feel that you're doing something you enjoy. It can be like very, what's the word I'm looking for? Disappointing to not meet a goal every time you have a goal, but that's okay. I'm going to be covering some of this in Brain Buddies too. Just because you don't meet a quota or a goal doesn't mean you don't have value. Your value is not determined by how productive you are. And it's not determined by how many people you meet or how many people like you. Popularity doesn't determine your worth or your value. A lot of people like to have really big streams or really big audiences or have a ton of people in their chat. And I've seen streamers that have like 20, 30, 40, 100 people in their chat. And I see my streams and I go, I have like 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, 1 person, 0 people. And I go, oh, maybe people don't like me. And I go, hey, are you having fun streaming though? Well, yeah. Are you enjoying what you're doing while you're streaming? Yeah. Okay, then why does it matter how many people are in your chat or how many people are viewing your content? Well, I mean, because like I'd like at least one person to see it or one person to acknowledge that I am doing something good with myself. Okay, but if you know you're doing something good with yourself, then why does it matter that you have to seek approval from other people? Well, because I am insecure and I value like affirmation and validation and support. Yes, but you can also validate yourself and know that if you're enjoying something and you're having fun doing something and it's something that brings you joy, then the amount of eyes on you, the amount of things that people care about popularity wise isn't the important thing. Popularity can only go so far in life. Do popular people make more money? Sure. But do they have people that actually value them outside of that money or outside of that popularity? No. Because a majority of people that are super popular or super famous or have a lot of money don't get to make actual friends. Because a lot of people that are friends with them want some of the popularity or they want some of the money or they want like that clout and stuff around that. What matters is like, yeah, I'm a small streamer. Sure. I have like not a very big friend group or friend circle and not a big following. But that's okay. I don't do this for popularity. I don't do this for a massive following of like 1 million bajillion followers. I know that's not an actual number. Don't come at me about numbers, okay? I'm mocking the Cheeto Man with that one. a million bajillion votes. We had a million bajillion people in this arena. But yeah, popularity only gets you so far. Keep doing what you love and do it because you enjoy doing it. And eventually, you'll find people that love what you do. And you'll find people that absolutely want the things that you stand for or that you value or want you to keep doing what you're doing. Like, it takes a while. It takes a while. It's not going to be something that happens overnight. But eventually, all those tiny little, like, small amounts of people that give you feedback, it builds up. It builds up over time, and you realize that all the tiny moments of happiness or tiny moments of validation or the small moments of happy you share with other people in like a stream or in a server or falling down a mine shaft and realizing you may have just really screwed up because you decided to solo a pillager tower. I mean, small moments, they still matter, even if they don't feel like a really big moment. You can have like a really big bubble that you're super proud of and you're super excited and you're really happy you have a really big bubble and you like your big bubble, you like how it feels, but someone comes and takes away that big bubble and all of a sudden you feel like the world is crashing down around you and you feel like everything's terrible and nothing is good and nothing feels like it's gonna get better. And then you start getting little tiny bubbles, and you keep getting little tiny bubbles, and all these bubbles, they're brief moments of happy, and you're just like, yeah, but they're tiny bubbles. Okay, but when you get over 100 of those tiny little bubbles, what happens when you have a ton of little tiny bubbles in one space? They become one giant bubble. So all those small little accomplishments, they still add up into one big accomplishment. So even if it's small moments and small amounts of people that are giving you feedback on your writing, don't give up. Because like eventually you'll find people that are going to want to know, how does this book end? How does your story continue? What's the next chapter? I'm not trying to like ramble on and stuff, but I'm trying to motivate. I don't feel like I'm motivating.
King Julian, your motivation is failing.
Shush it, Mort. I will motivate. I will continue to motivate.
I think you're a great motivational speaker, King Julian, but I think it needs a little bit of work.
Mort, shut up.
But King Julian, they need more motivation than this. More!
I can only motivate them so much, Mort. I am one person. If I made you laugh, congratulations. I don't know if I made you laugh or not, but that's okay. Sometimes I feel like I just rant and ramble. Mort, I am a great motivational speaker. I have rallied my people to build my throne.
King Julian, It is a pile of leaves and sticks.
It is my throne, Mort. You are killing the vibe.
If it is your throne, then I guess we will respect it. But King Julian, how are you going to motivate the people?
I am a great motivational speaker, Mort. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yes, we trust King Julian all the time. I'm King Julian. I love my people. I rallied my people. What has little King Julian have done for Mort, huh? And Mort does not get the love. Nope. King Julian disregards Mort and shows Mort is not important. But one day, King Julian, I will show you I love you.
Get away from me, Mort. Away from me. It's a little bit weird. Okay, I got the gay green tea done. Irish coffee. Oh, that's gonna be fun. I can totally create. I may have made a lot of letters. Okay. I need Irish coffee. Irish coffee. Because in Ireland we make a great Irish coffee and we put in some Jameson and some Bailey's cream. And there we have a good Irish coffee. And I'll tell you what goes into the Irish coffee. I'll tell you. We have whiskey, we have bourbon, and we got a nice little thing we like to call a morning pick-me-up for mothers. Yep. Oh, my mother was a great lass. She was a great lass. Always had her morning coffee. Oh, yeah. This was great. Oh, brought me back to good times in the motherland. If my mom had Irish coffee every morning, I think she would be on the same boat as being an alcoholic like my stepdad. This doesn't look too bad. I'm not an alcoholic, but this doesn't look too bad. It kind of looks like coffee, like a hot chocolate meets coffee kind of thing. I'm just over here like, hold on. This is not cocoa? No, that contains alcohol. Alcohols? Yes, alcohols. It contains alcohol. How could something that looks so good contain the alcohol? Well, you see, when you're an adult and you have a problem and you want to address that problem by making things that have that problem, you make things like this. That's dangerous. Exactly. That looks very dangerous. Intersex Irish coffee. Okay, we can totally make this intersex. Coffee doesn't have a sex. Coffee doesn't have a sex. It's an inanimate object. Giving sex to coffee? What does this world come to? Next, you're gonna ask me what the coffee's gender is? Obviously, that coffee's gender is non-binary. Wait, how is the coffee non-binary? No. Non-binary. How is the coffee non-binary? Because it's made from beans? I hate you. Your coffee's gender is non-binary. Congratulations. You've conformed to the LGBT agenda. Oh no. Grab a complimentary fruit snack on the way out. They're extra fruity. You gotta have the, like, the non-binary coffee. Because clearly, they're a bit roasted. And if they're not non-binary, then obviously they're lesbian. Not too roasted, just a bit well done. I don't drink coffee, but this looks good. Why does this have to look good? It's gonna look like hot cocoa. If I make this the way it looks, it's gonna look like hot cocoa. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to, like, adequately capture it not looking like hot cocoa. 'Cause Irish coffee kinda looks like hot cocoa. Like, kinda looks like hot cocoa. I'm over here trying to, like, get my brain to register this is not cocoa, this is coffee. And my brain is just kind of like, it looks like cocoa. Are you sure that's not cocoa? It looks like cocoa. Does your cocoa contain alcohols? No? Then that's not cocoa. Why is it Irish coffee? What makes it Irish? The fact that it has an Irish-based alcohol in it. Irish coffee is not for people under 21 in the US. This has been a disclaimer. If you're under 21, you should not be partaking in the Jameson, the Baileys, or the adult beverages that are not recommended for under 21 of age. We don't condone that in Ireland, and we don't condone that here. But I'm pretty sure the age of that in Ireland is about 16. In America, we don't condone the Irish ways of the alcohols. Doesn't happen. Nope, not allowed. Technically, in the UK, anyone that is of the age of 16 with an adult present that has permitted them and is supervising them, they're allowed to partake at least one drink in the UK. However, if you live in the US, you must abide by US law being that you are not allowed or permitted to drink under the age of 21. And if you are engaging in such behavior, please seek help. We have therapy for a reason, and we have therapists that are willing to deal with these kind of issues. I do not condone underage participation in those activities. Sorry, I had something like itched on the back of my throat, back of my neck. Yes, my throat. As you can see, my throat is back here. Yes, very logical. Very, very. I totally got my medical certification in this field for that reason, to state that obviously the throat is on the back of my neck. Years of medical training thrown out a window with just a simple misspeaking. Yes, my throat. We can see it clearly on the outside of my body. I just shake my head. Clearly, we have so many things that we need to go over. Today, class, we learn about anatomy and how this is not your throat. This is your neck. Specifically, this part here is known as your trapezius. It connects your neck to your shoulder. That is a muscle known as the trapezius. And the trapezius is a muscle that keeps your neck stable. Now, if we go down to the latissimus dorsi, which is going to be in your shoulders. That's your latissimus dorsi, and that's what you stretch when you do lat pulls. Now, when we go on to your pectoralis, now people are going to laugh and snark a little bit. Heh, you said pec. Pectoralis. Pectoralis. Your pectoral muscle. What do you think that is? Well, your pectoral, obviously it's a bird of some sort. No, your pectoralis is your main area here. Pectoralis major is going to be the main major muscle that runs from shoulder down to sternum. The one thing that will always stick with me from Spanish class is learning how to say leg in Spanish. La pierna. And you may think, la pierna, that's simple enough. Yeah, you know how you remember that it's your leg? La pierna. Don't pee down your leg. La pierna. That was how our Spanish teacher taught us, like, this is leg in Spanish. La pierna. Okay, la pierna. Don't pee down your leg. La pierna. What's with the That was how our teacher taught us. Don't judge me. Well, if it helps, your foot is called la pia. And if you need to remember, la pia is your foot, so don't stand in your pee. La pia. We learned very weird ways to remember how to remember these words. Now, dedos del pia is dedos de pia. That's your toes. So, the digits of your foot. Dedos de pia. Now, dedos de la mano is your finger. Dedos de la mano. Dedos de la mano. Your digits of your hand. La mano being your hand. La mano because you feel manly. Or the main squeeze you have, la mano. Mano. I'll try to remember those. We learned like a lot of really odd ways of remembering things. Random things you learn. I ended up going down a rabbit hole of information with one of my friends, and they got excited about it because they're like, no, this is actually really interesting. So, my friend asked me, is an elephant a mammal? And I'm like, yes, an elephant is a mammal. Is a rabbit a mammal? Yes, a rabbit is a mammal. It's from the species genus Lagomorph. That is the genus for rabbits is Lagomorph. And it got into, okay, well, is is a capybara similar to a guinea pig? And I'm like, actually, capybaras and guinea pigs are related. A capybara is actually just a bigger cousin version to a guinea pig. They are literally cousins from the same genus species of cavy. They are rodent, but they are from the rodent species of, like, cavy. Both are from the same family. So, yes, capybaras and guinea pigs are related. They are cousins. How cousin. So interesting fact there. And so they're like, okay, wait, what about sharks? What about sharks? Are sharks mammals? No, sharks are fish. And sharks don't give, like, milk to their offspring, nor are they warm-blooded. They're cold-blooded. Okay, so then, wait, how do the sharks have babies? Well, generally, I came in halfway through this conversation, I'm already loving it. My friend had asked about, like, different things, and I had gone down, like, a information rabbit hole, and it started off originally with, like, capybaras and guinea pigs being related, and that they're from the same genus species, and they're actually cousins, and capybaras are just enlarged guinea pigs, essentially. And also, guinea pig feet look really, really weird. But, like, it went into, like, are sharks mammals? No, sharks are fish, and sharks actually give, like, birth to an egg sac, and that egg sac is known as a mermaid purse. And that mermaid purse generally is very, very well protected, and it's very hard to, like, cut through. And like, it's very, like, a shark process is very weird. And, like, fish are a different way of that, and it's very odd. And generally, if you find a mermaid purse on the beach, just don't usually mess with it. That's probably there for a reason, and eventually the tidal wave will come and bring it back out into the ocean, hopefully. Very sus. Yeah. And then, the other thing that my friend had asked was like, well, wait, then what about sharks and gender? And, like, what about, like, what do fish, like, change their gender? And I'm like, yes, fish do change their gender at will. If there's not enough of one species in the ocean or in their pond or in, like, that are, like, yeah, I get the idea. But yeah, like, fish, frogs, and it's fish, frogs, and Komodo dragons all change their gender at will. And Komodo dragons actually don't need a male to reproduce. Komodo dragons tend to lean more on the sapphic lesbian side of the animal kingdom spectrum. However, they also reproduce by themselves. They do not need a mate to reproduce. Surprisingly enough, the 10-foot venomous lizard that can eat a goat whole, that you probably shouldn't get bitten by because you will have necrosis, the lizard has both genes, like both reproduction genes in its body. So if the population is needing repopulated and there's not enough of them in there, the Komodo dragon can repopulate by itself and lay the eggs and fertilize them themselves. It's very interesting, but also that is a 10-foot lizard that you don't want to get on the bad side of. Also, not a lizard you really want to approach. Very, very not a good idea. What else was there? We got into Komodo dragons, and then I had also said how Komodo dragons tend to be very strong, feminine leaders, and they have some groups, but majority of the time they tend to be very independent, and Komodo dragons can be very aggressive, but I don't blame them. And frogs will generally change their gender at will if there's not enough mates in a pond or area of reproduction. The frog will switch to the gender that is needed to repopulate the area. Fish will do the same thing. So sometimes I find it amusing when people say, oh, every non-binary person likes frogs because frogs can change their gender at will. And I'm like, you're not wrong. But also, don't judge me just because I draw frog art. Don't judge me. I like frogs. And like there's a lot of information, and my friend was just like, how do you know all this? I got bored as a kid and I was handed books. What do you want from me? I'm loving this conversation, but I'm going to call it a night. It is at 3 a.m. for you. No problem. Get good sleep, BK. You can always watch the stream later. I have a YouTube. I can link it to you if you need. I like frogs because frogs. Fair enough. But, like, some of the stuff I had learned a lot of was interesting. One of the things I learned was that sailors had made the myths about sea monsters mostly because a lot of sailors didn't have a lot of knowledge about the sea life or the animals in the ocean, nor the animals' like mating habits, especially that of whales. And so how do I put this? Humpback whales and blue whales, a very larger variety of whale, when they're in courtship and stuff, well, things happen and people mistake certain things for sea monsters. There you go. And yeah, that's part of like where some of the myths and legends in like sea folklore came from, was sailors didn't realize nor understand that whales do have appendages, because they are animals and they do reproduce and they have to reproduce somehow. Oh no! Yeah. So whales have a very well, whales have the biggest on the planet. That's what that is. And if you're under the age of 18, please go to bed. You should not be awake right now, and you should not be listening to this conversation. Okay. Grab a juice box, go to bed. Go hug your stuffed animal. Like, not a conversation. But for those that are over 18, this conversation is okay. But like, yeah, sailors mistook whales members for sea monsters. Perfectly sized for a golf bag. I've heard you can actually buy that. So, disturbing fact, I believe it's blue whales produce 5 to 7 gallons per mating occurrence. There we go. Mating occurrence. blue whales will produce 5 to 7 gallons. So whenever they say that whales have the biggest appendages, yeah, that's where their milk is the consistency of toothpaste, apparently. Dolphins apparently have the consistency of clam chowder. Ugh. Ugh. And dolphin milk is apparently yellowish when they feed their, like, it's yellowish and chunky because they have to provide protein and nutrients under the water for their offspring. It's a whole other thing. Late night fun facts with Pyro. I'm trying to work on different Pride themed drinks. It's just taking a bit to do. This one's supposed to be like the intersex Irish coffee. Okay, let's talk mushrooms. Oh no. You mean the things that travel for miles and miles under the ground and actually branch out more, like, further than the human body system, and that there's actually a really vast network of, like, the root system for, like, mushrooms? There's, like, a very vast root system for mushrooms. I'm going mushroom hunting. Nice. I used to mushroom hunt with my grandma. We would hunt morels in, like, the wooded area because we'd grow a lot of morels. When people ask if you have morels, and I just go, and, morels? A thing we collect in a basket from the wood and the area in the forest? That area? That thing? How to make something, but Irish coffee is dark. How do I make this intersex? Oh, that's gonna be a bit on the. Okay, I just need to try to make this work out. Hopefully, same organized. Okay. Mushrooms are interesting. I'm actually working on a mushroom and fox quilt. I've got like a bunch of like quilting pattern stuff cut out for quilting. Let me see if I can grab it real quick. It's not that far. Ouch. Ow. My body snap, crackles, and pops more than Rice Krispies. I didn't sign up for that. Ow! Okay. But basically, I've got, this is part of it. I'm working on a patch quilt. If I can get it to show itself. I'm doing like mushrooms, foxes, mushrooms, solid patterns, wood, foxes, mushrooms, fox colors. It's a very big quilt because it's about the size of a queen-size blanket. I'm just slowly working on it finally. It's going to be a 12 square by 14 squares. Trying to make sure I can make the quilts. It is a lot of work because I'm hand sewing. I think so far I've got 4 rows done. Oh no. That was 2. There's that. I need to do like a lighter one. I'm trying to work with the color scheme of each pride flag for each of these that I wrote down. I believe, aren't mushrooms technically older than trees when it comes to like origins? I believe that's the case. Mushrooms are one of the oldest living organisms on Earth. And that a lot of things started from like fungus and mushrooms. Mushrooms actually eat like all the like decomposing things, but they also eat other mushrooms. And it's definitely interesting to know that. Weird, but interesting. Oh wait, it can't be orange, can't be orange, has to be yellow. Keep it in the color scheme. Has to be a dark yellow. Can't be orange, has to be like yellow. Because like a yellow to light yellow, and then the purple has to be mixed in. I think we could do like a lavender kind of whipped cream. It'll be like a lavender color, and then dark purple for the sprinkle / chocolate. They're closer to being animals than plants, so possibly one of their more normal behaviors. Neat. Oh, jeez. I think I got it. I'm trying to get it. Yellow is very hard to do. Okay. I'm trying to get the yellow evened out. Why does the intersex one have to be, like, kind of hard to do? It shouldn't be hard. I'm limiting myself to just the palette of colors for each flag. So intersex is yellow and purple. Okay, I need like a light, kind of lightish color for the... that works, kind of. Purple. I want to try to make this look okay. Working with limited color palettes is kind of hard sometimes. I just realized I put that on the wrong layer. Whoops. They are neat though. Okay, so there's the dark purple and the... nope! Okay, then we airbrush in some like lighter purple, very, very light. That's wrong layer again. Get lighter purple up here. Very, very light purple. We're trying to get the colors to balance out. Add in a little bit of shading. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make this look like a not Americano, the Irish coffee with it being the palette. I'm not colorblind, so I can't. I feel this would work out a lot better if I was colorblind. I may be going blind, but I'm not colorblind. I'm a little frustrated because, like, figuring out color schemes and trying to make the palette work with these colors. Because in my brain, intersex Irish coffee sounded like a good alliteration, but now actually applying that to the, like, actual design, my brain's going, uh-oh. In theory, this was a good idea. In practice, God, I hope this works. It's like, does this work? I don't know. Because the Irish coffee is this, and I'm trying to incorporate it into, like, intersex colors. And I feel like I may have just screwed up a bit. I'm going off of the palette color choices of intersex for this, and I'm trying very hard to make it work. I had the lesbian one done, I got the bisexual one done, got the pansexual one done, I got the gay one done, I'm on the intersex one. My next one is going to be asexual apple juice. That one should be easy enough. Because you just have to, like, do the box color, asexual colors, and... No. You can't have it that color. I was gonna detour and try and do, like, a glass color of the normal grayish blue I do for glass, but then I realized that's not going to be the correct color palette for what is going on here. So I have to just kind of work with the color palette I am using. Okay. We can do this, we can do this, we can do this. Oh jeez. Hopefully I can do this. Meow Wolf's online store and select locations sells cans of gender fluid. So when you say gender fluid, it reminds me of an art that I did. Let me see. I believe it's in the Pride art. I think that's all my Homogachis. Gender fluid. There it goes. Ta-da! Gender fluid. That was my take on that. Nice. I did that one. Read a book. Rainbow drinks. Lesbies. Okay. Got that. Need to go up here. Grab the yellow, very, very light yellow. And then the light purple. Ah, come on. There we go. Okay, now I can finally put that background back on it. Intersex is very, very simple in their colors. It's just yellow and purple. Like, very simple, but also very complex because trying to work with a limited color palette of 2 colors. Just 2 colors. And my brain's just like, just 2 colors to work with. I need help. I'm trying to make this work. There's that. It looks kind of like a cupcake. They have a few different locations across the. Definitely recommend it. I'm unsure if America or the US will be carrying it at this time, mostly just because I worry about a lot of the international foods we currently get in because of all the like tariff threats and stuff like that from our Cheeto of a dictator. I feel like it's going to be harder to get anything international. Meow Wolf is American? Okay. If you have a link, you can post it in the Discord. I thought it was going to be international. Sorry. Big, weird AF at projects you can walk and climb through and get lost in. Neat. Let me find a thing to write it down. What is it? It's Meow Wolf. Okay. Art projects. Okay, got it. I did write it down. So you know I have written it down. Okay. Okay, so intersex Irish coffee is done. Asexual apple juice is next. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more to go after asexual. Omega Mart. Got it. think I might have a friend that knows about that actually. But for now, ow, I need to try to end my stream. It is almost 2:30 in the morning. Why is no one awake and streaming right now? Damn. Sounds pretty cool. If I remember correctly, I believe that you caught me at the end. I'm sorry. I know that you're on South African time, and they or she or they, they. I think it's Faye and it. Okay. It is on Australian time. And I know that South African and Australian time, I think they're not too far off from each other. I'm bad at time zones when it comes to the eastern continents. Hi, I'm sorry I have American education and our education system is not the greatest. If I remember correctly, it's 7:22 p.m. on a Wednesday for you, and that means it is, I believe you're 10 a.m. for South African time. I think it's 10 a.m. Is it Wednesday? I don't think it's, no, it's Wednesday now for us. Yeah, it's 10 a.m. or 10:23 a.m. for NB, and it's 7:22 p.m. for you. Your guys' time zone is way ahead. You guys are like in the future. Like Australia's got their time zone all the way in the future. Has the future improved? Like that is a lot of difference time-wise. Like you guys are, okay, that's 7:22 p.m. Time zones are so weird. So if we're at, hold on, I need a math. Hold on. Okay, so if it is 2:24 a.m. here and 7:24 p.m. Australia, US. Okay, so this, I'm on Central Standard Time. Let's see. So 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 10. So 12 would be 10. No. Yeah, that would be 10. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 17 hours ahead. You guys are 17 hours. So Australia, 17 hours ahead of like Central Standard Time. Oh. So there's AEDT, which is Australian Eastern Time Zone, and then Tasmania still has, Tasmania is on DST. I'm used to like the American time zones of like Eastern Standard Time, then Mountain Standard Time, Central Standard Time, which is my time zone, then Western Pacific Standard Time, which is the East Coast, and then we got the UK time zone, which the UK and Sweden, it'd be 6 hours ahead of me. So it's currently 8 a.m. in Sweden right now. Well, 8:26 in Sweden right now. Hi, camera. You want to like just stay still? Thank you. So it's 8:26 in Sweden right now, and then it's 10:26. And so, hold on. I can map this out. I am distracted. I was drawing frogs earlier. Okay, so I'm gonna roughly draw out a map of the U.S. and Canada and all the tiny Greenland, because Greenland is apparently only... South America is apparently like 9 times the size of Greenland, and the only reason why the U.S. portrays like Greenland as being really, really big is because the U.S. is focused on like whitewashing history and actual map like making, and most powerful countries that believe in predominantly pale skin looking things try to view those countries as like bigger. It was a thing I learned about how like our maps of the world aren't necessarily the way that they were originally, and that the way that they're actually portrayed correctly size-wise wouldn't be what people use. It's there's 2 different types of maps. One's like what's it called? It begins with a G, Galilean, I think, Galilean world map or something, or cartography as an artist have agendas. There's that, and then we got the UK, Europe, blah blah blah. Gotta get like the boot of Italy, blah blah blah, and then we got Africa over by like Italy and the Mediterranean, all that stuff. Ireland and the UK over there, Russia, blah 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 blah. Got India there, China, South Korea, North Korea, Thailand. Then you got Madagascar, you've got Australia, then you've got New Zealand over by Australia, then over past New Zealand is Hawaii, and Hawaii is part of the US as a province, and then you've got Antarctica right at the bottom, then North Pole. So we've got time zones. I need just a giant map to put up on my wall for time zones. So I could just be like, okay, I'm streaming at this time, which means I need to say good morning to these people, good evening to these people. Like, I can do this. Okay, so I'm on Central Standard Time. That's on... Hi, I'm streaming. Hi. I'm trying to do time zone thing. I was going to end my stream, and I got distracted because I've got one person that's on South African time, one person's on like Australian time, but Australia is apparently 17 hours ahead because they're on Australian Eastern Daylight Time, so they're 17 hours ahead. But South Africa, it's 10 a.m. in South Africa, well 10:30 a.m. in South Africa, and it's 2:38.
I know how time zones work.
Well, I just thought it was neat, and just like not all of Australia, but like where they are, it's 17 hours ahead where they are. But
yeah, Australia has 3 time zones,
and apparently like Tasmania's on like DST, but like I was trying to figure out. So
you know they have a map of time zones online. You don't have to make your own.
I just want one for my room because that's kind of neat to learn about, and like it's neat. So like South Africa, it's if it's 2 a.m. here, It's 10 a.m. here, so South Africa is 8 hours ahead, and Eastern Australia is 17 hours ahead. But then wouldn't that make Hawaii like the same relative time zone, or wouldn't? No.
No.
But okay, so New Zealand's on a different time zone as well.
Yep.
And then that would mean Hawaii. Even in the Australian Eastern time zone, there are those that don't do it or don't observe daylight savings times. It's probably 3. So if I remember correctly, because of colonization in Australia by the British, the original peoples, the Aboriginal, like the original indigenous people of Australia, don't observe the colonized versions of like the time and the holidays kind of thing with what regular Australians celebrate, because it was the Aboriginal, they observe a different thing and have a different time conception, like a perception altogether, because they didn't want to give up their practices or their traditions. And so like when colonization happened in Australia, the Aboriginal refused to give in to like the colonization mindset of like time zone type. It's a whole history and thingy. Information dumping. Okay. What?
Nothing. I'm just getting ready to go to bed.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Not that I've heard. We thoroughly erased all original oral history of theirs, unfortunately. If I remember correctly, there are a few tribes that still have fragments of their original stuff. Okay. But yeah, I was trying to end my stream and I got like sidetracked. I'm sorry. I got like distracted by like information and stuff. I like information. Okay, have good sleep. Not enough to figure.
Say hi before you go to bed. You can.
Okay. But like time zones are interesting and information is interesting, and I did not mean to get off on like a whole is it cartography? Would time zones be related to cartography? I think so. I think biography? Wait, what's a biography or geography? Is biography a thing? Cartography is the art of drawing maps. Geography. Okay, yeah. I wasn't the greatest at geography. Heard of a typo? Okay. I get dyslexic sometimes, so it's okay. I think I understand what you meant. So then, okay, so, oh, I forgot Japan. Oh dear. Land of the Rising Sun, forgive me for, like, disregarding your existence, because important country. Okay, so Japan, then that one. So then it's 3 a.m. on Eastern Standard in Florida. Well, Florida can go far away. 1 a.m. on Mountain Standard Time. Central Standard, Eastern Standard. Nope. Yeah. Pacific Standard is going to be 12 a.m. So it's still midnight over in California. And then Historically, cartographers were highly valued professionals because the accuracy of the map could be a matter of life or death. I know that much because it was during like the original like discovering and colonization and all of the traveling across different like lands and areas. They had to have everything mapped out a certain way because it was the only way to ensure like a safe journey and ensure that they knew what routes were the safest to travel at what times of the years and what all happened like weather-wise the most in that area and what they encountered the most in each area and the whole thing. It's a whole thing. It's a whole history and geography lesson that should have been taught to like a lot of people in school, but like apparently our American education system is trying to glorify the white side of history. Sort of the longevity, and many cartographers took great pride in the art of their work. The misnomer that here be dragons had a meaning came from cartographers who just wanted to make fun of pretty maps. Oh, fun and pretty maps. Fair enough. Okay, so if South Africa's 10 a.m. and then Sweden would be in this area, which would be 8 a.m. So then that means that Germany, wait, would Germany be 9 a.m.? Or would that be a different, I think it'd be, would South Africa be on the same time zone as Istanbul? No. South Africa would be on the same time zone as Italy, I think. No? I swear I can figure out how to. I can do this, I swear. I just need a map. Time zones. Okay, time zones. Jesus, that's a lot of time zones. So, I thought I could keep up with, like, every time zone there is. I may have made a grave miscalculation. Like, a very grave miscalculation. That's a lot of time zones. Holy crap. How many time zones? I don't want to pay a euro thing to look at this. I just want to look at this. Hold up. So, wait, no, there's no way there's 24 time zones. There's 24, wait, there's 24 time zones. Like, wait, no, yes, no, 22 time zones. 22? Wait, yeah, because, like, you have different places rotating in different areas and the axis and the spinning, and so each time zone's going to be, like, different. Oh. So the standard for the time zones that starts over in Madrid and, like, Spain and stuff. 24 roughly. Greenland is, like, on 3 of those time zones. Yeah, there's 3 different time zones in Australia. Then where's Hawaii? There's Japan. Then New Zealand should be. Is New Zealand by the Walking Isles? It's really interesting when you look into the history of modern clock and the Greenwig in the meantime. South America has 3 time zones too. North America has 6 time zones? Greenwich. Alaska is Alaska's 3 time zones behind. So it's currently still 11 p.m. there. Wait, that can't be right. That doesn't seem. I'm not mathing something somewhere. Canada's got 6 time zones. North America's got 4 time zones. Mexico's got 3, but one's like not completely a time zone because there's only a small fraction of it. Africa's got 4 time zones. How do you even? I just need to zoom in, cause like Cape Town is on Carson. Oh wait, what? Russia's got Russia's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 time zones in Russia? Russia has 10 time zones? I don't even think I could keep up with that many. I was gonna try and like keep track of like making sure I appropriately address what time zone someone is in on whenever they're like in chat, but I'm looking at like how many time zones are actually in each country, and I'm just over here like, well, I can't really say good morning to like people over in Australia. I'd have to say like good evening, and like it'd be like good morning, afternoon in like parts of Africa. Then Asia would be like good midday, or like well, I mean Japan's on the same time zone as Eastern Australia. So I mean that's good. I haven't even traveled the world, and the world looks really big. There's just so many time zones and continents and people and exploration, and a lot of the oceans are unexplored, and just that's. How deep does the ocean even go? I have a lot of questions, and my brain's like sundials adjust automatically. there's just so much in the world that just like that there's so much. And yet our planet is not like a super huge planet. Our planet's like a small planet compared to like Jupiter, Saturn. Yeah, the sundial is affected like the different things because the sun position, it will change depending on like where you are in the rotation of the world. Yeah, I was reading that. Yeah, the Greenwich time, that's on the what is that area right there? It's very, very far west coast Africa, but it also like alignment of Madrid and stuff. Mariana Trench. How deep is the Mariana Trench? There's just so much information out there, and like there's there's so much that could be learned. So much people could just like research and just there's so much stuff in the world. And I just want to learn about like all of it. But I've got like 20 different projects going on at one time. I don't know. I've got a very busy week ahead of me. One, I need to finish the Pride drinks, and two, like, welcome to ADHD doom spiraling. No, I've had like 5 different long list project things that I've been trying to work on for the past 3 years, and they have still remained up on that board behind my camera, there on my desk, and there's a couple hidden in my desk drawer of projects I need to get done and want to do and want to have ideas to do. And so, oh yeah, I have a list down there too. Why it's on the floor, I got knocked off the desk, but I have like a list of rainbow animals that I'm working on to do like pride art. I've got the pride drinks to draw. I need to finish out my tarot card art. I need to finish doing like zodiac sign art, making zodiac signs. I need to do the frog art. I need to work on Brain Buddies too, but also I've got I need to figure out my plan of action for prepping food for Saturday on Friday, because I've got to try and help prep some food for a friend's funeral on Saturday. So I'm going to be a bit busy on Friday and Saturday this week because I'm trying to help friends with memorial services. Currently it is Wednesday, and so I'm trying to like figure out what I'm doing today, but also my sleep schedule's been meow. sleep schedule's been non-existent. Okay. We're ending stream. I got distracted. I have ADHD. And a bit of the TISM. Very much the TISM. A lot of the TISM. Why I need 80 of the HDs, I don't know. Apparently it was important and I was gifted 80 of them. I don't know. Bad joke. But I'm gonna try and end my stream for today and try and get some sleep if I can. My brain's all over the place and my focus is non-existent and I apologize. I'll see you guys later.